AJ and hate to take the last beat of this.
You guys want to start with the next game right away?
I don't care. I'm going to get the things. All right. We're ready?
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We got Jason Cole, Tiny here in the booth with you. I'll be joined by Texas Kim here in just a minute. Got a really nice 5-5-10 game for you guys tonight. Bunch of the fairly well-known poker players here in the area playing tonight. And we'll take a look at who's who here. Got Danny, Shorshi, Sam in, SamClarkPoker, Carlos, Tassone, Moneymaker, Gator, and JD. Many of these names I'm sure you have seen before. And it looks like we're going to start off with a $50 flip here. And since we've got some folks here joining us early, I will go ahead and do some points just to get things rolling.
Stand-up games and play. You need one.
And you have to show your cards.
You have to show your cards.
We're good. We're good.
Then Assassin's not going to like the Nick game.
Ace or six.
You got a 6.
You're in the lead. You're winning. Yeah, you're winning.
I missed the world.
Hey, check high.
8, 9, 7.
I have a 3.
This is good.
7.
Yeah.
You give it to JD.
Oh, that. Give that to JD. Let's give it to that guy.
And it looks like Sam's going to take our first flip here. 3 queens. Now we've got Kim with us.
What are we running for?
Standard.
Danny.
50 let's wait. Not yet.
Testing.
All righty.
Testing. Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I was busy felting someone. Literally catching
good
a
for
punt.
you.
$3,000 last hand. He just... I'm like a little bit worried about like talking about it in case he's watching the stream, but
Oh my goodness.
but yeah, I had a river the nut flush and he rips all in on top of me.
Oh no.
And
that's, well, good for you.
Yeah, there was a straight flush out there, so it was a little bit scary, but I was
Scary,
never
okay.
folding.
Yeah, you can't fold there.
So.
I am so excited, y'all. When Eddie told me that it was going to be Kim in the booth tonight, the two of us, I was just so excited to be able to do this with you.
Well, me too. I snap volunteered when I heard Tiny was going to be in the box. I really enjoy your commentary and
Well, thank you
and the
so
fact
much.
that you're humble. You want to learn as you go, and what a great game to watch tonight.
Yeah.
Can we move that over there?
What's that?
Can we move that over here? I can't read the chat.
Oh, no, unfortunately we can't.
Okay, let me look at the.
Yep, they switched things around, and so it's a little harder to see the chat over on one side.
That's all right. I will pull it up here.
I think everybody bought in for $3,000 tonight, so you guys can keep up with that as we put up stacks and stats as we go through the evening.
Do we call this mid-stakes poker?
I would certainly think that, yes, mid-stakes would be certainly appropriate. Although I think it's probably going to end up playing bigger than that. What do you think?
Oh, my gosh. I was just telling everybody, I think that this game plays almost as big, if not bigger, than the Friday game for some random reason. I've turned this stream on Saturdays, and the stacks are massive by middle of the game. So.
Yeah, exactly. Although last night it was pretty bananas.
Oh my gosh, that game was sick, right? Did you watch it all?
No, I'm sorry. The Thursday game was the sick one I was really watching. I didn't watch the one last night, unfortunately.
Last night was amazing. You definitely should review
I'll
it.
go back and watch that one.
Action-packed, crazy action.
Yeah, this game does tend to get off the rails pretty quick, and it's kind of funny that happens. Well, Carlos is just going to wrap this thing up here. I think JD will get away from a bet from it here, though.
Too bad it wasn't a 10.
Yeah. That'd have been ugly.
All right. Carlos on an uptick already. That's nice.
Yeah.
So how are we doing so far? This is just hand number 2 or 3?
Yeah, 3.
3.
Yes.
Okay.
Just getting going here. Well, it sounds like you had a heck of a game out there.
I was actually stuck $1,000. So when it was about to crash, the young man who was winning, he's a really nice guy. He was losing a little bit yesterday in the same game, so I was like happy for him that he was winning. So I was shocked when he said, I told him I was about to leave and go commentate the stream, and he said, oh, you're going to beat us right before you go? Because I was like, I was leading with top and bottom pair the whole way, and then I turned the nut flush draw, and this is PLO. So, you know, I bet pot pretty much the whole time. And both of them, my 2 opponents, both flopped sets.
Oh, my
Top
goodness.
and one flopped bottom set, one flopped middle set. And they waited until the river, and I got there.
Oh, man.
And if the middle set guy would have just potted it on the flop, he would have stacked the other guy, and I wouldn't have been there. But
Wow.
instead, I got to scoop it.
That's crazy.
But he just didn't think I had the nut flush because I was betting the whole way.
Right.
And it was backdoor diamonds, obviously. So,
Right.
anyways,
Well-
so they're playing the knit game.
Are they? I don't know. I didn't
see the
hear.
buttons.
Okay. Do you see them? All right. Oh, yes. I see the knit buttons now. Yes. All right. Well, that ought to make this interesting. So if you're unfamiliar with the knit game, it's the same as the stand-up game, except everybody's sitting. You see the large red buttons in front of everybody. So when you win a hand, you turn in your knit button, and the last person remaining that still has a knit button has to pay the whole table a bounty. I'm guessing that it's probably $50, maybe even $100, somewhere in that neighborhood. I didn't hear what the amount was this time.
It looks like AJ Nimer is in the chat. He played yesterday. I love watching you play. Thanks for joining us tonight. He's cheering on his brother Sam.
Oh, good.
Where is Sam? He's not here yet?
We have 2 Sams, seat 3 and 4.
Oh, I didn't see the seat.
Well, JD's got the best of this one right now, but that can change in a hurry in this one. In this way, the configuration is here.
Yeah, this is actually not a bad flop for Shorshi to continue on because he has the overcard, and the Queen of Hearts is so key for a lot of backdoor possibilities.
Right.
Jack comes, a
Yes.
heart comes,
Right.
10, a king. So many cards he can continue on. But JD's not having it.
You're right. JD's going to make it really tough. That's what makes it so hard to play against JD's, because he's very capable of doing this at any point in time, whether he's got it or not.
For sure. This should be a fun lineup.
Yeah.
A lot of really great players.
Sure.
Actually, everyone here fairly experienced, and if they're not experienced professional poker players or regulars, they're definitely experienced on the stream.
Yeah. Well, and of course, you know, we've all seen Moneymaker and JD play hundreds of hours together, even on stream. I can't even imagine how many hours they've played together off stream.
For sure. And even like Shorshi and Danny played a lot. And then, you know, the regs like Sam and Carlos have been on the stream a lot lately. So I feel like this is definitely going to be a fun stream to watch.
I believe so.
And then, of course, Gator.
Yeah.
Been listening to a lot of his commentary recently.
Yeah, he's been great.
That's bad. Let's go back to 1-2, please. That's really bad.
At least you know where you stand.
How's been poker going for you?
Well, it was going really well earlier this week, but last night was not very good, and just a few minutes ago I just kind of broke even. Oh, because I only played for about an hour, so I didn't really get a whole lot going, but last night was terrible.
Oh, no.
I just got destroyed.
At 1-2?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I played some 2-5 up at Choctaw.
Oh, okay.
And it was just not going well. Started off great, and then just kept getting run over at the end, so people would get there on the river on me time after time.
Oh, wow. RV Phil coming in with a $199.99 super chat.
That is incredible, Phil. Thank you so much.
I think this is the biggest super chat
Ever.
And I'm going to say that it's obviously for me. So thank you very much. I'm just kidding.
It's certainly not for me. But yeah, Phil, that's awesome. That'll help go towards some production needs that we have.
Absolutely.
We are literally in the works of making some significant changes and doing some upgrades. So over the next, I don't even know what the time frame is, but I know a bunch of stuff has been approved to get done. So
that's so awesome that they're willing to invest in this stream and really elevate it, because it's just been super entertaining to watch the growth of this stream and the players and the popularity of it all. It's really, really been great. Eddie and Eric have put their hearts and souls into this place.
Absolutely.
And then obviously people like you and me and Hayden and Chris, all of us, like extra supporters,
right.
Just showing up week after week and trying to elevate the quality of everything. It's pretty cool.
It is, and I just find it a lot of fun too. So, well, this could get really interesting here on the river. Of course, Danny's got all kinds of good here, but that last little club there make things interesting. And well, that's going to do it there. Yeah, that's going to do it. It's easy when you make it straight.
For sure.
Yeah, already Phil, I hear things went really well for you last night. Unfortunately, I was unable to watch. My wife decided she wanted to go to the casino, and so, well, when the wife decides she wants to go to the casino,
you got to take the wife.
Go to the casino.
Gotta do it.
So we ran up to Choctaw for a little while last night.
Well, I don't know if you've been watching, but RV Phil is on a massive heater.
On a huge heater, yeah.
And he's just reconciles night after night. He says, which night? That's awesome. Everybody's been talking about it, and I couldn't think of a better guy to watch crush, because he's a good dude, and he's super fun to play with and super fun to watch. So I couldn't think of anybody better. Other than maybe Hayden, but I'm partially biased about that. But honestly, he's probably more fun to watch RV Phil crush. One's just a little better for the pocketbook.
Okay, I get that.
All right.
Well, sure,
well here we go. Fancy play here.
Yeah, little,
and a 6-ball in the door.
Of course.
JD could use some run good. He hasn't been running very well on streams lately.
Yeah.
This is such a great spot for JD because, first of all, he knows that Shorshi can have hands like this, and even value hands like aces, strong aces, and stuff like that. So he can play his hand almost as slowly as he wants to try to get action. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Shorshi didn't have anything that time.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. He had an ace there. That could have got big and ugly. For
I think we can probably correctly devise that is the bottom of his range.
Yeah, I would think so. I would hope so. Anyway.
I don't know what other bottoms there are.
So Scott Forney asked in the chat here, does anybody know how the alloy change works? Yeah, here's how it works. So when you come in, there is a membership that you have to join the club here. So it is a private club, and that's $10 a day or $30 a month. And so usually, you know, if you're going to play more than 3 times in a month, you ought to just go ahead and do the monthly, of course. But then you get an hourly rate, and that hourly rate is $13 an hour, or you can buy 5 hours for $55, or you can buy 20 hours for $200. So you can get it actually down to $10 an hour, which is a heck of a deal. But either way, and those hours stay with your membership or with your account no matter how long you play. So if you only play for 2 hours and you have 5 hours on your account, the 3 will be there forever until you come back the next time. And that, you'll notice on the table there, you'll see a little screen next to the dealer, and that little screen has everybody's information about how much time they have. Everybody's membership card gets swiped to the table, and the computer keeps up with everybody's time. So that's how that works.
Yeah, so you just get charged for the time that you're actually at the table. So
Right.
it's pretty awesome because it makes poker in Texas super affordable. An hourly rate has been calculated by many mathematicians
Yep.
to be a much more affordable rate than any version
Any
of rake.
rake.
So
Yep.
lucky for us in Texas, rake isn't allowed, and these membership. Oh, here I am bragging about my win. So yeah, definitely love Texas poker for all the
You
reasons.
just can't beat it. Yeah, especially at even at $13 an hour, you're not going to beat that at a casino. But certainly at $10 or $11 an hour, it's the best deal you could ever possibly imagine. There's just no way that you could drive up to Choctaw or Windstar or frankly anywhere and even come close to that kind of rate.
Yeah. Oh, Danny with aces
Here we
versus
go.
JD's,
And JD's fours. Oh, this could get fun.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Sam's got checks. Oh, here comes a big 3-bet.
Oh, just a smooth call. Interesting.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, JD, of course, is going to call.
All right.
Well, this is going to be our first big one here, I think. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
wow. This is a horrid flop for pocket aces. And he's fortunate that he actually still has the best hand. However, it's just a really tough board to extract any kind of value with aces. And additionally, you're just kind of just scared.
Yeah, there's nothing. All those middling pocket pairs just smashing you now.
Oh, my
JD.
gosh. And then JD coming in hot with the 2 outer.
I was just about to say, if a 4 rolls off here, this is going to get wild.
And then Sam, of course, because it checks through, probably thinks pocket jacks is the
Absolutely.
best hand.
He's going to make a big bet here, of course.
And even if it's not the best hand, he has got a great draw.
Yeah, still got the massive draw here. But I think JD might just go ahead and raise here with the dynamics of this board. What would you do here?
Again, it's tough. Sam's cold call and the small blind can smell like 8s, 9s, 10s, and jacks, and maybe even a random queen jack suited or something.
Okay.
So 4s don't have to be ahead here. I can tell JD's thinking it through and trying to decide whether he can raise for value here. But it would be tough at these stack depths to find a fold if he gets raised. So I don't know if he will just raise, go with it, basically.
Yeah, it looks like he's putting together a raise here.
Yep. And Sam also has some nut flush draws and stuff like that too, so he thinks
Right.
he thinks that there's a good chance.
And Danny just immediately folded. That's so disciplined for folks who are not playing at these
snap
stakes.
folding.
Snap folding aces there. It just makes total sense. He knows he's buried, given the dynamics of what's going on this flop.
And you know what? Honestly, on a board in a run out like this, you're just happy to lose $225 with
I
aces
think
on a
so.
board like this.
Right. Now, what is he going to do? Is he going to get squirrely with it? Oh,
There we
he
go.
is. Yep. Wow.
And I don't mind it
Yeah,
either
I
because,
don't either.
again, it's JD and we know he can have
Right.
all the things.
Yep. All right, they're going one time. You heard it. One time, Max Payne, and that's going to do it. Wow. Well,
And we have our first blood,
Yes.
felting. But this is a match the stack game, so I'm sure that these stacks will get deeper, and
Yes.
being stuck 3K won't mean crap in a little bit.
That's probably true. And it's good for JD since he's been running a little rough here lately, but
The night is long.
yes, and he many times has been on the good side of those over the years for sure.
For sure. I watched JD all last year crush, so I don't.
Yeah,
I know that it's possible.
yeah, absolutely.
Variance is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're going to explain this out quick. It's a side game where it works is that
So they're explaining the knit button
Yeah.
game.
like when we start, whenever you want to hand, you have to show the hand, and you get rid of your button. Whoever has the last person to hold a button, the last one has to pay everybody else $50.
All right.
Win a hand before anybody. You have to show. Yeah, but you have to show to get rid of the button. You just have to win one hand before everybody else wins a hand. If you're the last one to win a hand, then you have to pay everybody $50.
There you go.
All right, there you go.
$50.
Yeah, $50 bounty on it.
Sam's on the button. Win a hand and show, right? Then
Win a hand, and then you have after you win the hand, you got to show. Yeah. If you have the best hand, that's fine.
So it's a $400 pot.
all right, everything.
If you have the best hand, that's fine too. But if you bluff, that also.
He says, I bluff. That's great.
When you bluff, and you get caught,
But if you get rid of the button, then you're guaranteed $50, right? So
I get away with it many times, man. I got a tight image.
He's got a tight image, he says. I'm not so sure that that's true. I've played with him before.
I actually don't recall playing with Assassin before.
Well, I say that, but I think I have.
Right, you want all the action, so here we go. Okay.
It's on me, right?
Oh, it looks like we're going to back up the action here. So on this lineup, while we got a little pause, who's your favorite player to watch?
Oh, goodness, this is tough.
Because this is a silent lineup, a lot
Yeah.
of good players that are interesting. So
Yeah, well, you know, it's fun because I've watched Moneymaker and JD play for so long, and Carlos. It's, you know, those are the guys that I'm the most familiar with. But it's kind of hard to say. I think I'm going to go with JD.
yeah, he's a fun one, honestly, because he can have any two cards,
Right.
and he plays all the ranges well. Like,
That's
I mean, definitely. Also, just kind of a fun player in general to watch.
Right, and that's what I was thinking too. He's a fun player. Well, JD again here got a hand he can certainly continue to play with.
Oh,
But that's going to slow things down.
When you get stuck.
Moneymaker's going to fire at it and see what happens. Honestly, I almost feel like that's a let's see where I'm at bet, but
yeah, those are interesting bets. They're kind of like merges between betting for value, protection. You know, don't want overs peeling out just for free, but also it is kind of a feeler bet. But
Right.
we don't. The pros don't like to call
They
it
don't
a
like to
feeler
call it that.
bet because
Right.
I guess it sounds fishy, but
Right.
that's honestly what it is.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah, they call them blocker value bets or something. I don't even know, but
Yeah.
but now literally everything else gets there. 7-8 just made the nuts. The queen beats him. Any random 9, but Shorshi is representing a queen or a straight. So
Right. I don't think you can do much here if you're JD. I think you just kind of let this go. Well, of course, what do I know? I'm terrible, so there you go.
he's closing the action. So I don't blame him from calling. He's because obviously Shorshi can also be bluffing there.
That's
but
true. He could
with
have
some
been on
missed
that flush
diamonds.
draw. Yeah.
Missed diamonds.
Yep.
And the price was pretty good to call.
Yeah, that's true. It wasn't bad.
Super embarrassing. He has such a big QJ. The gamble within the gamble.
Yeah, Scott folds ace-ace with the quickness. Exactly, he did.
All right, nice king queen, and Sam with a nice hand, ace nine suited. He can 3-bet or just call, whatever he's in the mood for here.
Yeah, in late position like that.
He 3-bet, and he actually got ace eight to fold, ace eight suited. It seems like he might have gotten even some stronger aces to fold with that 3-bet.
Right.
Pocket
and
three.
Carlos folded his pocket pair,
Yeah.
as he should, in the small blind.
Yeah.
Hard to continue with pocket threes in the small blind against that kind of aggression. At any stakes, really.
Wow, this is an action flop.
Oh my goodness.
Top pair for one and the nut flush draw for the other.
That's crazy. Nobody's gonna go anywhere on this flop, that's for sure.
No, and this pot can get bloated in a hurry if they want.
Yeah. His turn card. Oh. Well, Carlos is probably sitting there going, well, why didn't I just call?
We see Carlos with the head shake there.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh,
Quads.
quads. Oh, wow. Oops. Poor Carlos.
Okay, over under on how many seconds it takes Carlos to say, I fold a quad threes.
I took about 2 seconds.
2? Oh man, okay. That's a tough over under, but I'm going to go with the under.
You're going to go with the under. I think you're probably right. Let's see.
Well, here we go. There's the fold. He said fuck right away, so.
Yeah, there it is. That's it. He said it. He said it. I had pocket threes. All right.
All right, it was a close one.
It was close. It was real close
It was
to a couple
between
seconds.
2.5 and 3 seconds. We'll go with 2. Wow.
All right. Wow. Sam says you had quads, Carlos. Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to fold quads, you might as well do it pre-flop.
Right. Well, you know the old saying, you're never more than 3 cards away from quads, so you can get there on any flop. However unlikely.
But you know what? The reality is that pot actually didn't get too out of control, so
Right.
maybe Carlos wouldn't have made that much money off of it.
He would have won the pot, but it was not significant.
And the reality is I don't think he could have called any kind of bet on the flop. So, I mean, there would have been a bet on the flop, and he would have folded anyways.
Yeah.
So you guys always got to remember that when you visit the land of what ifs.
Yes.
Like, let's try to be realistic with that.
Right.
Like, if you're going to visit the land of what ifs, which isn't realistic at all, it's not realistic to be like, oh, in a world where the nut flush draw and top pair checks, I would have gotten a pair of threes on the turn and hit a set of threes.
You would
And
never been there.
then if blah, blah, blah. Like, just try to be realistic with your what ifs.
JD's sticking around on this straddle there with the Jack 8, but that's fine. He didn't go anywhere. All right, Scott, I'll answer your question. It is absolutely positive EV for rolling points. 100% positive EV. Just so you know. Especially once you get, into a few thousand points, it's absolutely positive EV.
Rena is the point educator.
Yep,
she
is.
knows all the things.
She does know all the things.
I just want everybody to know that I am the brokest loyalty point person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. On both streams, I have 0 points.
Oh, well, okay.
I might have I always gamble them all at first. I'm trying to get all the way up to 10K, and then that's the max, and then you gamble 10K. And I had 1 million one time. I'm just not very good at keeping track of my bankroll.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I should be in this chat too. I should be getting all kinds of points.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, we'll give some more away here in a minute.
All right, let's do it.
What's your stream name? Do you remember?
Just the Kimmy Stone.
Okay.
No, not me. Sun Kim.
I think it is Kimmy. Sometimes that search doesn't work. so I don't know why.
See, I feel like I might be, on like a point blacklist or something because I'm not rolling well or getting any points.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Oh my goodness.
Moneymaker with the Nutter Butters and Sam with a decent draw. And we made it this far. I don't feel like Sam's going to be letting it go, especially not for this price. But let's see. Hopefully Sam doesn't decide to get froggy here because it would be detrimental. Oh, nice laydown, Sam. Nicely done. Woohoo! I got some points to gamble with. I'll try to manage them better than the last 1 million that I had at one point. I managed my bankroll a little better. I just want everybody to know. We got a lot of Gator fans in the chat. Seeing tons of Gators. Thank you, Captain Rena. Letting Tiny know Kimmy needs points.
Gotta take care of Kim.
All right, let's see. Can we do any stats?
Yes, we can. Well, we've got 16 hands. Let's take a look at some stacks here real quick, see where we're at. Of course, Shorshi winning and Moneymaker winning. I think some of these guys topped up here.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Because I know Moneymaker won that. I don't think Shorshi won that big hand. I think he's topped up some. He's won some, but.
Yeah, he probably matched right away.
I think he did. Doesn't look like anybody else matched what was going on there, so we'll take a look at some. When we get to hand 20, we'll take a look at some V-pips and stuff like that.
Sounds good. All right, we got Sam calling under the gun with 9-10 and Assassin raising to 125. And the cutoff was 7-8. Heads up, and if one of them flops 2 pair, there will be some action. Oh, still decent action flop.
Yeah, I think
Top
so.
pair for one and a gutter ball for the other. Assassin with the betting lead, so I fully expect for him to be betting this kind of board.
Yeah. Reasonable spot to see bet, I think. Yeah, he did. I think you're Sam here. You got top pair. Backdoor straight draw. I think you have to continue here, don't you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, he's going to raise
check
it up.
raise.
Oh, wow.
So a problem with a check raise like this is that if Assassin has all his air, his ace highs and king highs and such, he's just going to fold. We kind of want him to keep bluffing. There is some argument, though, for protecting your hand from overs like this.
Right.
And since he did check raise, he can hopefully deduce that this king doesn't hit Assassin. But the problem is that when you bloat the pot out of position like this and then a card like this peels off, it's just super scary when the other player continues.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. The same thing. It's like, now what do you do?
With a hand like 9-10 offsuit with no backdoor flush draws, you kind of just want to get to showdown as cheaply as possible. So that's my thoughts anyways.
Wow. And he makes a huge bet. That 80% pot.
But let's see if Sam...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So... and he has to show the bluff.
Yeah. He does. That's right. He shows
For
it
the stand-up game.
For the knit game, he has to show it. So, well done.
Stand-up, sit-down, knit game. I really like that we came up with a way to eliminate the stand-up part.
I agree. My knees can't handle that for any
Well,
significant
first of
amount of
all,
time.
there's that, and then additionally, it's bad camera-wise, like
Yeah, it
the
looks terrible on
stream.
stream, yeah.
But it's still a fun idea, right? So you
Yes.
want to implement it, but you don't want to force it for cameras and things, and
Yes.
old people, or bad knees, or bad backs,
right.
or or people like me, I just literally don't want to stand. Like,
Yeah.
what if I'm wearing heels or something at the table? Really? You're going to punish me? That's not nice. So, yeah, it was really good. A good solution. And another thing that I didn't like about the stand-up game is if you notice, like, all the men at the table, the camera angles are basically crotch level.
That's true. That's where they would be, yes.
And so I was just like, this is horrible.
Yeah, that's very true.
Everyone loves the stand-up game except for anyone who's watching it.
That's right.
So,
Oh, goodness.
yeah, I was like really grateful when they came up with the sit-down
Yeah, I think that, I guess those
version.
guys down at the lodge came. As far as I know, somebody down there developed that idea.
Yeah. But Mark made the nip button.
Yeah,
Oh,
I saw. Yeah, Jack from Next Gen Poker did last week when we were playing after the stream this past Monday. He came over and he had a stack of them.
That's so
those
awesome.
little buttons so that we could play the net game then.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
No one's happy when you say that.
We need to have a stack of them sitting in here so we can give it out, so we can put it out there for the stream games if they want to use them.
For sure.
Yeah.
Surely there's got to be a stash of them somewhere
I
in this
bet
place.
so. I bet Mark's got some around here somewhere.
Or Eddie's got them in his
Yeah, I
backpack.
bet that may be what it is. I'm sure Mark gave him some.
Yeah. But we said that he should manufacture them and sell them. I mean, they're a great idea.
Yeah.
Really, really.
Well, we're gonna have a little
Look
something
at all
happening here
these
now.
hands.
Goodness.
See, this is
wow,
why
a game this big too.
this is why Texas Poker looks like it does. Like, oh my goodness, and another premium.
Pair. Oh goodness.
I mean,
JD's on the button. He's gonna raise, isn't he? Even with all this action, can you raise here on just because you're on the button? You don't want to.
You know what? I think you could go either way, but
Yeah?
with this amount of action, you are got to be concerned someone's got
bigger
better
pair.
hands
Yeah, that's true.
than sixes. But I mean, there's a lot of value in
here.
squeezing.
Yeah.
However, tons of value in just smooth calling and trying
Yeah.
to set mine from the button.
Yeah.
So I love a pocket pair in this spot on the button.
He's just considering like every ball.
Now he's trying to decide what he wants to do. Looks like he's reaching for some chips here.
Shocker. Squeeze coming.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
there it is. There it is. Yep. Yep. Wow, and he makes a big squeeze. That's going to push the non-pairs out and maybe even the small pairs out.
So Danny had the nines and he folded already?
Wow, he instant folded. I'm a little surprised there. Carlos has to fold.
I mean, I feel like Danny might not necessarily be concerned about JD's squeeze as much as he is just like the ridiculous amount of action behind him.
Could be.
It's a pretty nasty spot for everyone.
Yep. Everybody has to fold.
Gator would be the one though that could
And the
call.
net button's in play here too, and that's part of what's driving this too. So, yeah, the net button probably induced that raise there. Yep.
Wow, nice hand.
Well done.
I'm just so tempted. Like some people, when they think about the squeeze spot there, it's easy money. It should work most of the time. However, I love the idea of that I could stack someone with sixes.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Very true, yeah.
Because like it's just like on the one hand, yeah, it's great that you're gonna win the whatever it was, maybe like $800 that he won, but I would rather win $3K
right
off somebody.
I get that.
You know what?
There you go.
So that's one of the reasons why I'm not a relentless squeezer. I want to stack people.
There you go.
And it's very hard to stack people pre-flop.
It is.
So that's my strategy. Maybe I shouldn't tell everybody.
Unless it's aces versus kings, right?
Oh, man. RB Phil's super chat up there just hanging out.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's not going anywhere for a while.
Love it. Love it.
Yep.
I'm so glad that y'all got that fixed because I love donating the super chats and hearing the little ping and everything. And we haven't been able to receive them or send them. So this is great. Hear that, guys? Super chats are working. Feel free to chat away. And I don't get any of it, just an FYI. So
Yeah,
I'm not.
it doesn't go to us. It goes to our production needs
So
here.
we're not soliciting for us.
Right.
We're soliciting for all the great people that work their butts off in this on the stream.
Yeah.
Way overworked and underpaid, and this helps them with production costs. You know, I don't even know if they get a paycheck,
Yeah,
but
it really, all that money is going to basically help us improve the stream. As I said, we've got some things coming, I know for sure, and then and that's where that money's going.
Good.
You know, that to help us improve the stream. I know we've been looking at some new camera stuff.
That's awesome.
Making some changes to our booth here and stuff like that.
how
to
about
make it,
some player mics?
That's the other thing that's in the works. I think the cameras are going to be first, and then we'll look into the player mics as well. It's way more expensive than you think it is to actually do that correctly.
All right, we got Poker Monkey and Mark Wee in the chat.
Nice. Good to see
Two
you guys.
regulars.
We've got all the regulars in the house tonight. I've seen Frank and TLS and Rena, of course. Sassy's in there.
All right, two players with reasonable hands, ace, jack, and pocket eights. Looks like Shorshi must have just flatted the button. Yep.
Yeah, Corey, thank you so much for the
There you go,
$5
Corey
Canadian.
donating.
I love it. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
That's so cool. Oh, nice. Nice bet by Danny. So a quick little poker tip when you're thinking about making C bets after you're the pre-flop aggressor and you essentially brick the flop. When you see the flop, you should be thinking to yourself, what kinds of turn cards can I continue on if I C bet here and I get called?
Right.
You want to imagine good turn cards for your hand, and if you can only imagine one or two of them, then maybe you should reconsider C betting. But if you can imagine multiple turn cards that are great for your hand to continue on, like for him, he has ace jack on a king high flop. He can continue on a queen, a 10, a jack, an ace. So, oh my goodness. Let's return to that thought later. But
yes.
Anyways, just the
Weren't we just
friendly
talking
tip.
about aces and kings?
Holy
just a second ago?
cannoli.
Yeah.
And
And
this-
Carlos got sixes. Oh.
And the dynamic here again is the same, like Danny raising. Oh, we're calling here. This is going to make things interesting. I seriously doubt Carlos is going to get to see this flop.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is going to go 4-bet.
And then Danny is kind of short stacked here, so he might not.
Yeah, he's now.
And Shorshi's stack is reading. Oh, here we go. It's reading as 7K.
Yeah,
Got it.
I think short. Now, knowing that that Danny just 4-bet there and you're Shorshi, what do you got to be thinking? Okay, he's got kings, maybe ace king, worst case scenario, queens maybe, but you know you've got him crushed. So just calling makes sense to me. I think your 5-bet seems like a real face-up kind of play there to me.
So I think his main goal though was to possibly get Carlos to put more money in.
Right.
So, and I'm shocked that Carlos didn't continue after already calling for that amount. His price to call was very reasonable. So, if we're going to cold call the first bet, we shouldn't. Shouldn't fold to the second one.
He's dead to a queen here. He's got 3 of them left.
Oh! Instantly.
The pain.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, Danny.
Whoops.
Wow.
Hello, KK. And this is how sometimes pocket kings definitely be aces sometimes.
Wow, what a hand.
Let's see.
That is just sick. Wow. Well, that's going to make the YouTube shorts there for sure, right?
Wow.
That was bananas. Shorshi was just sitting there thinking, money, and then you flop top set, and you got to think, oh yeah, I'm getting paid here, especially when Danny just ships it. You're like, yes.
Yeah, Danny can't do too much. Like, he already committed like a huge portion of his stack pre.
Right.
He's getting a great price. He's never drawing dead, so you know, he should just be pretty much ripping most flops.
Wow.
That is one potential problem with the smooth calling with aces pre. You also have to call pretty much his entire
Yeah, you have to call everything that happens.
all the flops.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
Although-
I think both players were pretty much planning to get it in no matter what.
I think so.
The
And really, even given that flop, the dynamics of that flop, you know, there wasn't a king there, so he's got to, you know, again, he's
Sam
thinking,
missed out on his ace king there.
oh, goodness. So
But-
he probably felt even better about it, you know, because he got top set, but, you know,
Yeah,
hard to get away either person there.
no, for sure. I mean, and definitely with the SPRs being, you know, basically even money. So,
Yeah.
This is interesting chip dance there. So 3-bet to 625. And look at this. Like, if maybe their cards were see-through, Gator's like, I got your 9 deuce. completely crushed. Carlos is like, oh, he thinks he was bluffing me, but actually he had the best hand.
It's true. That's right. He has no idea. Are we down to the? Are we done with the knit game? How many do we have left? I think we might be done with it. No, I still
no.
see Carlos has one.
And this young man right here, what's his name?
Oh, Sam.
Other Sam.
The other Sam. Okay, yeah.
Young Sam.
So we have 2 people left with the knit buttons. It looks like somebody's going to have to. That's why Carlos put in the money there. He's trying to get out of the knit game.
Yeah. No, I think his raise there is totally fine. He only has to get through 2 players. If he wins, he gets rid of his button and moves on. And if you get raised, it's a pretty easy fold.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the knit game certainly adds an interesting dynamic, and especially when it gets down to the last 2 or 3 people. And JD getting a little squirrely with his 9-5, but flops a hand he can continue with here.
Yeah, he's got. Oh no, they're talking about us. Sam says he didn't realize that Kim and Hayden are married.
I didn't miss that.
Some people definitely don't know. OC didn't know. We played with him alternating weeks at the other stream for probably 3 or 4 months before he realized that we were together.
That's funny.
He said everyone always talks about either one of you on the other stream, and oh, he's a nice guy and she's a nice girl and they play well or whatever, and he just like had no idea that he was like, we could literally go report anything that was said about us because he just like had no idea. I didn't know he didn't realize
That's
either.
funny.
So, but
That's great.
that's nice when you realize that people who don't know aren't talking mad shit about you or
that's
anything.
Well, while we got a little break here, let's take a look at some V-pips so you guys can see where everybody's at. Come on, wake up. There we go. Oh, it went away. All right, we'll come back to it here in a second. It's the computer's. All right, let's try it again. All right, here we go.
All right, JD leading.
Yeah. Gator just has not had his card distribution has been pretty poor. So has Sam Clark. So I don't think that has anything to do with them being all that nitty. It's just that card distribution hadn't been there for him yet.
And I would say in a lineup like this with a lot of aggressive players, you're going to see everyone's BPIP dialed down a few notches under like potentially different lineups. But for this one, I think that the VPIPs are going to be a little bit tighter today.
Yeah.
But then again, you see a little blood spilled on the table, and people can play with broken noses and be wide open. So we'll see. I always like that. So I hope there's a little blood spillage, and then a lot of, I don't know if I should be saying that because YouTube might consider that violence, but poker blood spillage, if I can back that up.
I think we're okay.
I got flagged on Facebook for saying the word murder, so Just I was joking about something, and then it's like flagged my post and said
you were being insensitive, huh?
or I think it was just like, potentially violent or unfriendly. Oh, Danny with aces again. Holy moly, he's had aces twice and kings also. He makes a great fold with his first aces, and now hopefully he will be able to pull a win with this one.
And I think Sam can continue here with 10-8 suited.
I would say that normally that would be fine. He's a little shallow to be playing this particular type of hand, but
And now he's in trouble.
yeah. See, look at the SPR. He's 1,600 in the pot, and we only have 2K.
Oh, yeah,
we flop
I
top
didn't realize
pair,
he was that short. Yeah.
and so it's like tougher for us, right?
Yeah, right.
But you don't want to be folding to everyone's 3-bets. So
You just went all
tough.
in there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
I'm not surprised. That's that SPR situation. Of course, Danny just instantly calls. There we go.
He throws his nip button in and then takes it back.
Oh.
Yeah,
Reaches
so
in the bag.
that's just the prime example of things that we got to consider whenever we're making whatever we consider to be a loose call pre is the SPRs, and that's something that I don't that I've had trouble with in the past. Just forgetting that like the chips behind really matter, because
Right.
you got a beautiful hand, 10-8 suited. You're not wanting to fold that to every 3-bet or anything like that. But when you look at the sizings and stuff like that, you need to make sure you have chips behind to
Right.
be able to play well post flop.
Yeah.
And if he was super deep, then he might be able to get away from that hand on later streets for a lot less than, a 1.5x pot size jam. So.
Looks like we're a little behind on the graphics here. We get caught up here. I thought they were doing match the stack, so okay.
Oh yeah, they just
just-
wanted
he
to
just
know
bought
how much.
how much he had.
Yeah,
Okay, I got you.
yeah. Before he got involved in a hand,
Yeah.
and he would have been. He's going to be involved in this hand, so it's
Yeah.
a good thing that he made clear how much
right.
he's involved for. But yeah, like you said, a lot of cards are coming out in the wrong order here. Let's see, whoop. All right, let's.
Yeah, the computer's catching up now.
Danny says he's going to run like RV Phil tonight.
Okay.
What do you think about that, RV Phil? Are you sharing your run good with Danny tonight? Because I wouldn't share your run good if I were you.
I agree.
But if you are going to share it, can you share it with me and Tiny, please?
Yeah, please do. I could use a little run good.
That's an interesting float by Carlos on this flop.
That's what I was thinking too. Even though Sam's got the best hand, he can't feel real comfortable here with the king and the jack out there with Carlos just firing at it.
Wow, come on. Carlos
Carlos might
is
do
thinking
something.
about doing something fancy here.
Yeah.
I love it.
He's only counting out the green chips, so
Maybe he's just trying to
maybe
see how
not.
much he's got.
he's,
Any pay. He's because the two of them. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
so
wow.
confusing. Oh my God, everyone's like, what?
what just happened? Carlos is like, all right, I'm done.
That's awesome.
Carlos is like, here's my knit button, and I'm just going to hand it out here.
The slow roll knit button pay thing. Wow,
Oh,
that
wow.
was fancy. That was so fancy. Everyone just sat there and was like, what happened?
And Scott had to give it out. That's great. I love it.
It's awesome.
Okay, forget that game. If we play 7-2.
fun.
That game is, I mean, people don't fight for it.
Assassin, you got 50 bucks. What do you fight for?
No, they fight just to throw the thing out.
You fought for it?
Just that. But they don't fight like preventing all the other from winning.
It's not every hand.
Why you always angry? Just enjoy something. Just enjoy something.
Yeah, there we go. They're just.
All that angry.
How's the table talk chat? Can you guys hear it? Because it's pretty funny. Sometimes whenever I'm watching, I can't really hear the chat sometimes. So let us know if you can hear it, because we tried to turn it up for you guys. They're busy needling each other about the knit button.
Yeah, I love it. I'm really glad that they're having fun. You know, they're playing for thousands of dollars, but they're still having a lot of fun with it.
For sure. For sure. I'm so glad they lowered these TVs for us.
Yes.
Because I was going like this, and I was
way
getting
up
a
there,
headache staring at the top of the ceiling almost.
Okay, Scott. Well, we'll try it there. It's hard because we got our headphones on, and so we hear the table chat. It feels like it's like super loud
Right.
to us, but it may not be for you guys. So we'll try to adjust here.
I'm trying to make some communication to see how you feel. I will definitely do that for you.
And it won't be an every day. I made it in 3 days this week. I made it in the parking lot.
Well, this is interesting.
So, like,
Shorshi with the betting lead, but Sam calling down with
Just a 4.
but he's going to win a showdown if he just checks back. Nice.
Nice.
I mean, the pot is small, but still. Nice call there by Sam.
Every fucking day. Talking to my customers.
I mean, I already knew that. I tried.
You have to talk
Sassy, the next thing is new cameras.
questions, any problems. I will.
But hopefully,
I don't think he gets back.
Mike's will be coming soon, too.
He doesn't even know what a W2 is.
So Richard Greenberg says, how's the Bankroll Challenge going? Actually, so that's kind of on hold. We had some business propositions that got us distracted. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but we've been a little bit MIA for the last few weeks. But so we actually didn't complete the Bankroll Challenge, but I do want to let y'all know 1-2 no limit is actually an extremely lucrative game. So I believe that with any amount of study and regular play that you can make a solid living playing just the lowest stakes in Texas. So
Especially if I'm in the game.
okay, well, yeah, let me know. But yes, I really truly believe that
Yeah.
you can make a lot of money, even the smallest stakes.
Right.
Actually, I
Certainly
really
here in
enjoy
Dallas, yeah.
playing the 1-2 no limit.
Yeah.
A lot of fun players. The game plays like relatively easygoing, and so I definitely encourage anyone who is interested in grinding those stakes to do whatever kind of study, get some coaching if you need it, and get after it, because super
Yeah,
super
I
profitable.
mentioned this the other day, but I was out in Vegas last week, and talking to people just casually and about poker here in Texas and Dallas specifically, and they have no, if they've not seen it a lot, they just don't have a concept of, they see the streams, which are larger games usually, but they don't have a concept of how the 1-2, 1-3 kind of games play here, that they play so much bigger than they do, in Vegas in particular.
So I think the main reason why people think 1-2 doesn't play as big is because it's just got a capped buy-in here
Right.
in Dallas. All the games here are capped. But just because the game is a 500 cap doesn't mean that it's going to play tight or that it's going to play small.
Right.
And actually, $500 buy-in at 1-2 is relatively large. And with the $5 button straddle and the $5 under the gun straddles that sometimes at the other place, like, I mean, the game can play really large.
Yeah,
it's basically playing like a 2-5 game most of the time.
It certainly plays 2-5, and even if the game's going for a while, it can get up to playing 5-10, no problem at all.
For sure, and it's crazy.
It's not uncommon to see the openings get to $30, even $40 for an open when everybody gets deep like that. So then it's playing, 5-10 for sure.
Aw, Hayden says, loving this commentary tonight.
Well, Hayden, I appreciate that a lot, and that means a whole lot to me. I just want you to know, Hayden, I feel that in my soul, and especially coming from you, I feel the love, man.
Yeah, I did pay him $5 to say that. Yeah, Sassy says it plays like a 2-5 with a cap buy-in, and it's an awesome game.
Yeah,
yes, 100%. Yeah. And some people say that they've played some bad 1-2 games, and I would just like to say there is always the option to table change. I've never played in a bad 1-2 game, but if I was in a bad one, I would just table change.
Yeah.
There's plenty of good ones.
There's always multiple tables here.
Exactly.
And TCH and other places. There's plenty of 1-2 games around that you can make good money at.
And, also, don't be afraid to create some action. There are ways to get your table to loosen up, like I said. Mm-hmm. You bust open a nose with something cheeky and
that's right.
Show a bluff one time or something to that effect, and you can get a lot of players to loosen up.
So does Moneymaker think that he's ahead right here?
That's an interesting spot. Whoa.
Now he does for sure. He knows he's ahead now.
He calls that flop when Carlos leads. Ace high is going to be in decent shape on a board pair like that with fairly dry holding.
Yeah, I think he's got to feel like he's got it there. Is this just a check back, or do you go for some value here?
No, I think he definitely wants to try to get paid by an 8.
Yeah.
So he should keep the bet small and hope to get paid. But obviously we saw that Carlos didn't have anything.
Right.
I am going to have to turn down this table chat a little bit, guys, because this is very loud in my ears.
Yeah, it is really loud.
And I'm not going to last 4 hours with that in my ear.
I agree.
But we will
It's
turn
pretty
it up whenever we hear some good stuff for you guys.
Yeah.
So, how long you been playing?
Oh goodness, I just been playing casually for
Forever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
20 plus years. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're taking it a lot more seriously now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've put in a little more effort over the last few years to at least get to the point where I feel like I'm a profitable player, and that was really my main goal. I don't have any desires to to play at a much bigger level, and as long as I feel like I've got an edge in the game where I'm at, then I'm fine with that. So I'm pretty casual with it, though.
So a lot of players have asked Hayden and I how come we pretty much only played 2-5 for a while, and they didn't see us ever really play the 5-5 PLO or play the 5-5 the 5-10 game and stuff. And we said that it's because like the action was plenty big for us in the smaller stakes.
Exactly.
And the quality of players, the skill level was at a spot where, like you said, we felt like we had a good advantage. There's no reason sometimes to step up an hourly unless like you're not making the hourly that you want to be making and you need to step up, or for some people it's just about pride and prestige and whatever else. And but for us it's just about the hourly, and we can make a solid hourly in 2-5, and as I said before, I am very confident that you can make $50 to $100 an hour in 1-2. And people don't believe me, and part of me wants to just stick with the bankroll challenge and show you guys that it is possible. But there's all the things like small sample size, all these arguments and stuff. And additionally, my hourly in 2.5 and 1.2 PLO is pretty massive. So it's a major sacrifice to do any kind of lower stakes challenge. But I kind of wish I would have stuck with it because I really do believe the small stakes games are awesome.
Well, I personally know people, that play here at Poker House that, don't spend an enormous amount of time playing, and they they get in 70, 80 hours a month, and they're profiting regularly $5K a month, and they're not even playing that much, really.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can say $5K a month. Well, that's when you stop and think about it. That's a pretty decent, and they're not even making a living. That's not even their living. They're just playing part time.
Yeah.
And so you can easily do it if you just spend a little time with it.
And also, getting to know your player pool and playing against the same players on a daily basis is just going to massively help your edge. So I think that it's really, really important to just factor all that in when you're considering like what kind of an hourly you could make grinding these stakes. But anyone who's interested, I might be putting together like a bankroll plan. I believe that you can have as low as a $5,000 bankroll to grind the 1-2 games on a regular basis, and I have a way to just show you how to step up.
I'd be really interested to see that. That'd be great.
And manage your roll to where you can play off of a starting bankroll of 5K, and how you can get up to playing 2.5, and how do you step up? How do you step back down? How do you? We might be putting something like that together.
Okay.
Depending on interest. So let me know if you guys are interested. You guys know where to find me on Facebook and stuff. So
that's right. Yeah, and if you're not a part of the Low Stakes Grinders Facebook group, look that up on Facebook and join Kim and Hayden as they kind of lead and guide the rest of us as we're all in this poker thing together.
Yeah, and what a awesome! I just call Dallas Poker heaven because we've got the nicest players, the best community, a lot of really great people, 2 great card rooms, and then a few fringe card rooms that are just offering great products with great management, great stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to beat it.
It's really awesome, and just the best place. And then that's nothing to say about the action.
That's right.
All right.
Are we going to get a Texas heads up here 5 ways? Are we going to get it? I think we might.
No, I think Assassin is going to squeeze here a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to.
I don't mind that either.
I don't either.
He's got a good holding. I wouldn't mind Danny calling here, too, with the stacks as deep as they are. And he knows that he can bring in some of these other flatters as well, and he might be able to play a really large pot against the pre-flop aggressor and in position with a great hand to potentially stack said pre-flop aggressor. But unfortunately, Sam and Carlos don't really have much, so they're not going to.
Ace-9's a little thin there.
Yeah.
Even if you think you might be able to maintain position there, it's still a little thin.
Yeah.
Well, neither one of them can like this flop very much.
Yeah, and Assassin can play this either way. He can have some check calls here. He can have some bets. He can have some bet folds. There's a lot of things he can do.
Yeah. I like him keeping his foot on the gas, to be honest with you. Yep.
And we've got our first winner of the knit game. Knit button being returned.
Nice. Well done, sir. Well done.
Richard Greenberg asked, do you notice a big difference between the day players versus the night players? So personally, I love the vibe of the day players. I feel like day players are less moody, less grindy, all the things. However, I don't play a ton of nighttime hours with our daughter and stuff, but I did just play a red eye session on Friday or Saturday night of last week, and I didn't enjoy it really. I just felt like the vibe was just a little bit more serious. There were some drunks that were playing, and there was just
Well, that's not a bad thing.
not necessarily, but again, like I love getting in and mixing with like people and socializing. So just having just like an overall vibe of just
Yeah.
I call it health and wealth.
Right.
Like the daytime players just tend to be, in my opinion, very recreational. And
Yeah.
some people think that there's a lot of grinders during the day. I have not really
I
seen
agree
that.
with you. It's been my perception as well.
But
The daytime games, there may not be as overall as much action, but it's still a very open game.
I think it's because, like I said, it's health and wealth. It's
Yeah.
like people who are successful, they're
Right.
business people, they got a day off, or they're regs that like come in and play, swash around for a few hours and before or after a business deal. I feel like the vibe is
very different. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got some, retired folks that
Yes.
just want to play, and
Exactly.
they're not going to drive very far, so they're going to come make the 10 or 15-minute drive from wherever they live and play cards for 2 or 3 hours and go home.
Yes, and that's just the exact kind of player I want to play against.
Yep.
Like, I don't want to take people's case money. I don't really enjoy taking drunk money, even though I'm going to accept it. But I prefer to win it as fair and square as possible. But if you're gonna get drunk at a poker table, it's pretty fair that I take it. Whoa, we got the Nutter Butters over here for Assassin.
Man, Assassin just gets there on the end, held on to that whole thing.
But this pot is not getting out of control very fast,
Right.
so I don't see a lot of money getting in it.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
Nobody's going to call a bet here.
it's interesting in these spots because you're sizing, you feel like, oh, I could go really big and hope someone makes a hero call. I could go really small and just hope someone calls me with any pair. It's tough to extract value in these spots. I think the best play sometimes in these spots is to make some larger sizings and hope someone makes a hero call.
Yeah, Shorshi's got the queen here, so he's going to go ahead and call it off.
And because it's just tough to get action from very much.
Get there. Turned out to be a nice little pot there.
It worked out.
Yeah, he bet that 875 on the end and got paid off.
I think that it was exactly what I said. He went larger with his sizing, and he got paid because if he would have gone a value-heavy sizing, it's tough to get called by very much. So I think you wind up being surprised that sometimes if you take the larger sizings, you can get paid sometimes.
Right, that's true.
So
That's true. Yeah, Sassy, I agree with you. The night sessions, sometimes if you let them go really long, you mess up your next day. I did that the other night. I stayed over here till about 3 o'clock in the morning. I guess that was Monday, I think it was. I stayed really late. I jumped in they kept playing that 1-3 game after the stream Monday night, and I jumped in and ended up staying until about 3 o'clock in the morning.
nice.
Yeah.
Do we win?
Yes.
Nice.
Although not much. If it hadn't, it was funny is I ended up, the only hands that I lost, and this is the truth, the only hands I lost were the PLO bomb pots. I lost 2 big ones, and then I had to grind all my money back. It was frustrating.
That is frustrating. All right, Shorshi's got a nice hand, pocket kings for a 3-bet, and Sam is going to call in position with his queen jack. Oh, and a nice flop for the queen jack. However, 2 of his outs are blocked because of the kings. So he has a few less outs than he thinks.
And according to the computer, he's only
got one. That's like
ugly.
super discouraging. It's a good thing that, like, in our minds when we're playing these hands, we don't see that because it's like.
I got an open ender. I can keep calling. Yeah.
So, I actually really like this play by Sam. He's
bumping it up here.
Going ahead and representing some strength now. He's got 2 overs and open-ended to the nuts. So.
And that was just a min click too.
That's
That's real interesting that he just min clicked that. Wow. Well, neither one of them can like that card very much.
Well, actually, Sam, with his raise on the flop, he can still
That's true. He
represents
can
the
rep
strongest hands
Yeah.
here, like ace 10, ace 9.
You're right.
But he gives up. This is going to be tough for him to win on the river.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that Shorshi is going to check this and pretty much plan on calling, given
Yeah.
the line
He's in check call mode.
that Sam took. We'll see. But there are backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, and I'm terrible, so what do I know? There you go. He just fires at it. That's going to be that.
Interesting. I don't know. Shorshi's a very good player, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he has his reasons for betting there. I would
Well,
definitely let Sam try to stab at that river.
I think so. Especially, of course, if he bets really big with the ace, I think, in my mind, if he had the ace, he would have bet
But the turn. Right. You want to
Yeah.
get value.
Yeah.
So any checked ace on the turn doesn't really make sense.
Right.
And you have the king of diamonds in your hand, so you're blocking all the best flush draw. So like when the backdoor diamonds get there, you're not super concerned about a big bet on the river. So
Right.
we'll see.
Well, we passed over the top of the hour here, and I didn't give everybody points, so we're gonna do that now. All right, so I'm giving everybody some points. There you go. Takes a second for them to populate, but enjoy those. And we'll pull up some stats here after this hand, if I can remember to do it.
Can I have that power cord?
Yes, you can.
My phone is dying.
Here, oh no, we don't want that. You got something we can plug into?
No, but I'm gonna get. Actually, I do.
You got
Maybe I
your brick
do.
with you?
Sometimes I do. Or I have
Oh,
this
that's
one.
a USB-C anyway, so.
I have this one though.
Okay. I was going to say, I don't have one with me. We got tens and deuces, and the tens just smash it. Unfortunately, nobody's got enough to be able to continue with this hand. Sorshi's going to go ahead and bet out. He's hoping somebody has an ace. Assassin's got a 7, but I don't think he's going to continue here.
I'm afraid to plug into the computer. I don't want to crash anything. I'll just ask Ed for the brick in a second.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look here, see who's winning and who's not. You guys get a good look at it. Danny's way up, JD's up, Assassin's up, Moneymaker's up a little bit.
This is actually a fairly balanced financial rundown.
Yeah, for sure.
But again, these are pretty solid players, so this is not this is to be expected that they're going to be passion chips around a little bit.
Yeah. Moneymaker coming in here on the hijack with Jack 9. Of course, JD's, I think Queen 9 on the button here. It's not, nobody's bet enough money to keep him from coming in. Oh, he 3-bet it. Okay, there you go. I mean, I guess if you're going to play Queen 9, even on the button, you ought to 3-bet, right?
Yes.
Of course, his spades are in a world of hurt here.
And then Sam cold calling the big blind with
It just
ace-7.
smashes it with ace-7.
Yes, but I think sometimes I don't even mind smooth calls and cold calls like this with like your ace-high suiteds and stuff like that because JD's squeeze on the button doesn't have to have a ton of credit.
Right.
You do have to be careful, though. You do run into sometimes he has value, and
Can you continue here if you're JD? Apparently
interesting. He's got devious plans.
So. You got a charger ready?
He can't hear with the.
he can't hear.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So he definitely can't hear with a headset on his head.
Well, he's got a gutter ball now. Looks like Sam bet 500. I think JD's going to be done with this though.
I mean, he's
sneaky.
He called the flop with some type of devious intention. So, but I think he realized after that bet that his plan was not going to work.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when a player check raises you when you on an ace high board like that, and you're the pre-flop 3-better, in some of the pros they call sometimes like that to kind of scare you into potentially checking the turn, and I think that that's one of the reasons why like he was going to try to represent a fairly strong hand on the turn if Sam chose to check it. But Sam chose not to check it, so.
Well, JD coming in here with the Israeli Ron. If for some reason you're unfamiliar with Israeli Ron, he is a poker pro out in LA. He has Queen Deuce of Spades tattooed on his arm. And there are lots of videos of Israeli Ron and his Queen Deuce just wrecking people. So,
nice.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was a real regular at the old Live at the Bike, and he plays at the Hustler now some.
So Scott asked earlier, are players allowed phones at the table? They're not allowed phones at a live stream table.
Right.
But at the normal poker tables, you can use your phone as long as you're not slowing down the action. And I don't believe that you're allowed to answer calls while you're in a hand.
Right,
but,
while you're in a hand, that's correct.
And if you're on the phone in a conversation, you need to step away from the table in tournaments or in live play. And in general, that should just be an etiquette thing, regardless of whether it's a rule.
Right.
Lamb Gordon says he floated because he had backdoors. That might be possible. I didn't really notice a ton of backdoors for his hand, but I could have missed something. But I'm sure JD had a plan. He's not the kind of person to be calling with queen high air like that without some type of plan. But his read was spot on the turn when Sam bet again. That whatever plan he had was probably not going to work.
Well, and Shorshi here with the best hand in poker, 5-3 suited, but not getting much traction right now. Although he does have a gutter ball.
Ooh, who's gonna rep this ace? Anybody? Anybody? Carlos is gonna win at showdown with his deuces.
I think JD's gonna rep it here. He's gonna take a shot at it. I think that might just get it done. Yep.
Nice.
Well done. Well done.
And this is how we do it.
Larry there asked you, or was commenting towards you there, Kim.
Oh. Larry says, Kimmy, nice to hear you doing commentary. Windy here in St. Charles, Missouri today. Thanks, Larry. I remember now that you're a homeboy from my good old hometown, St. Louis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you grow up there?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm diehard Cardinal fan, Blues fan, and a Rams fan when they were
there. Yeah.
when
okay.
they were
All
something
right.
special. Another Gator fan in the chat from Jim Boyd. Let's go, Gator.
Three betting with King Queen offsuit from the small blind. Yeah. JD, I think, is going to come along here with ace jack. He might even bump it up here, although a 4-bet would be a little thin with ace jack offsuit. So I think, he just calls, comes along. Seems reasonable. Well, that's a whole lot of nothing burger on that flop, though.
Yeah, but it's pretty dry. So the pre-flop aggressor should be stabbing at this pretty often.
Yeah, that's what Sam does here.
It's tough, though, to stab into JD. He's so sticky.
Well, especially because he's got two big overs. He's...
Yeah, but he could be floating us with so many things.
Exactly.
So it's very tough to just stab versus him. And that's why it's tough to play against sticky players, if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm.
People who don't like folding are tough to play against, so you've got to be careful playing them out of position. So I tend to not fold all the time either, and the reason for why is I just want you to really prove that you believe in your hand before I'm going to believe in your hand, you know?
Right.
So Yeah, feel free to
Ace-high.
try to bluff me, though.
Yep,
Good
ace-high
luck.
gets it done. Let's take a look at some VPIP numbers here. Sam continuing to be up near the top, and Carlos, JD. Again, Gator just has not had, his card distribution has been really rough. So.
Yeah, I haven't seen him fold any hands where I was like, "What? Why is he folding
Yeah,
that?"
exactly.
Moneymaker and Sam too. Yeah, just
Moneymaker certainly no nit. We know that for sure.
yeah. Yeah, but all reasonable VPIPs
Yeah.
from what I can see.
%40 might be a little thick, but that's okay.
All right, Sam with a nice button hand. Love this 4-3 suited raise on the button, especially given that our credibility is strong. We haven't played a ton of hands, so
That's right.
definitely like it less now that Moneymaker has Ace King and is 3-betting us
Oh, yeah.
from his third blind.
Yeah. And Moneymaker's been reasonably tight, and I think everybody
Yeah.
knows that, so he's just going to fold. And,
Tough and annoying to get a nice hand, but you definitely want to hope to be able to play post flop and rep some good stuff, and then someone just stomps on your hopes.
yeah. Well, we've got 7 of the 9 players at over $5,000 in front of them.
Nice.
So this game has gotten big in a hurry here with people kind of matching up what's going on in addition to the wins that have happened.
Yes.
So we are way deep in this 5-5-10 game.
Mid stakes poker, don't forget.
Yep. As you said, this game plays huge.
Yeah. And this is relatively tame to the streams we've been watching, huh?
That's right.
Another nice hand to be seeing. Oh my goodness, look at all these hands.
Wow.
Oh, Assassin just smooth calling with his ace queen offsuit this time.
Wow.
Interesting
I
spot.
think Gator's coming in with King Jack suited.
Wow. JD has to fold Jack deuce offsuit. It's so annoying when you get a hand like that where all you have to do is call $50 more into what is it? The pot's already $4.75. You get an amazing price and you have total dog trash.
You just have to fold anyway. Yep.
Yeah. The action tracker is behind because there's so many people in the hand.
That's right.
Wait, who? It's like when you're the action tracker, you should just ask, who folded?
And
It's much
Shorshi
easier.
just getting the best of it here with the flop and a set of 7s. And
But-
Gator's in trouble with his king here.
But Sam Clark
Sam
also
Clark,
with
yep.
this flush draw.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of action here on this flop. Nobody's going to go anywhere. Moneymaker's got an 8 as well. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of money coming in here. Sam might think is he thinking about doing something here? Getting a little squirrely with it?
His stack is relatively short, so he's trying to think of what he should be doing relative to his stack size. If
There
someone
he
behind
goes.
him
Looks
calls,
like did he go? No, he just raised. Okay. Oh, wow.
it's interesting.
Yeah, and that's almost a min click. If you're Gator here, I don't know. I think you can just fold this. I know it's crazy to fold top pair, but
Very nice lay down, Gator.
yeah. So now if you're Shorshi here, I think you just do you flat this, or are you with the flush draw out there? What do
I
you do?
think with the SPR, we're definitely ripping here.
Yeah.
I think he's just doing a little Hollywood
Yeah,
to
he
just
did.
not
Yeah.
imply that he has
Yep,
the nuts.
there it is. Rip. Yep.
Very nice. And I think Sam fully intends to tends to call off. He didn't raise there to fold. He's just trying to hopefully isolate, narrow down the field, and then get it in.
Yep.
All in all,
Let's see here. It looks like they're going to go twice with it.
I approve of both plays.
Yeah, I think so. All right, well, the first one's going to Shorshi. He's going to get half of it at least.
There's one
there's
flush.
the flush.
And
choppy.
Flushy flush. All right, there is a young lady in the chat named Tammy who's asking for points.
Yeah, Tammy, when just watching the stream, and you'll get points for chatting, and make sure that you are subscribed. You do need to be subscribed to the stream to get points. So if you put exclamation point and then the word points, you'll see how many points you have. Yeah. Okay. Well, at the top of the hour, we'll get some more points in.
Yes.
Just have to be active. You have to be in the stream. And
Yeah,
active
Tammy,
to get
I don't have a ton of points sometimes either, and I watch the stream all the time because I come in and out. And so you have to be actively watching the stream when they're issuing the points, and
Right.
then even then it takes like 5 or 10 minutes for them to come through. So so definitely miss sometimes when these generous guys are giving away those points.
We'd like to see folks, enjoying the stream and having a little fun with it, in addition to the poker that's going on.
A lot of points begging in the chat.
Okay, well,
Your time is coming.
yeah.
Hang in there, guys. Don't log
We
out.
gotta get to the top of the hour.
Don't log out.
I'm not gonna be too generous. Eric's already like, why did you change the bonuses? So
Oh my goodness.
yeah, because I increased all the bonuses.
He's the points Grinch.
He is.
He's a points Grinch. Where's Oprah Eddie whenever
Yeah, that's
you
right.
can?
You get some points, and you get some points.
You get points in a hoodie.
That's right.
You
Well,
get way more hoodies.
I don't think anybody can go anywhere with this flop here. Got top pair, and we got some gut shots. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
and a backdoor diamond draw as well. Yeah, Danny doesn't even hate this 10 of hearts either.
No, he
He's
doesn't.
got some
Yeah.
extra equity if his heart is good.
And that's going to do it.
Think you might
Put in a small bet here. $50. Nice. Nice. I love it.
yeah. That's a
That's
serious
great.
blocker bet.
That's a serious blocker. That's great. I love it.
You guys will be proud of me in the chat, you regulars. I blocker bet OFC yesterday in a game, the side game before the stream.
Yeah.
And I had the nuts. I rivered the nut full house, and he potted it. And I knew that my blocker bet might get him, and I wasn't quite sure. He did have a hand that he had to pot with.
Oh, wow.
We both had aces full, but I had aces full of kings, and he definitely. I got him with the blocker bet.
Goodness.
When you make the small sizing, it's so tempting to just pot that, But he did have a hand that he can raise with for sure. But it was very emotionally rewarding because he gets me a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a tough player.
He is tough. He's tough, and I'm not gonna lie. I haven't tracked it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I'm losing to him lifetime of our stream endeavors. And we've played a lot of pots together.
Oh, goodness.
All right, here we go.
Looks
A
pretty
little
standard
action.
so far. We had a bet and then a raise and then a call. Of course, Sam can't be happy with this flop at all because that just smashes Sam's range so much here.
For sure.
And even though Sam didn't directly hit it,
He's still got a lot of
still got
equity.
so much equity in it.
Yeah.
Oh well, no, Sam's again. I don't. You can't like the club but he's just going to fire at it anyway. Wow.
Wow, nice play, Sam.
Wow, Sam.
That is an example of someone recognizing a range advantage there. He is the caller, so he has more queens than the better, and also a lot of the flush draws. So
Right.
what a great lead there.
Yeah,
I like
really
it.
nice. Motivation is key. Ask, were you playing Omaha?
Yes, I was.
So
We were playing round of each, actually.
Oh, okay.
We're going to be playing a lot more of that, actually,
nice.
at Poker House. 2-5 round of each.
oh wow, yeah, that'd be a great.
We got
game.
it back-to-back days going, so
Yeah.
I think on Fridays we're definitely going to be playing. So if you guys are in the chat and you're hearing about this, let's try to get 2-5 round of each going
Yeah, that'd be great.
on Fridays regularly.
Now, long ago, WinStar used to, and this is ages ago, they used to run a 2-5 no limit, 10-20 limit round of each game. And it was the greatest game ever.
Wow. Limit, though.
So great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Because people went crazy in the limit game. They went bananas.
You know,
it was insane.
oh, we got a super chat
Sassy.
from Sassy.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Sassy. 19.99. We sure do appreciate that. That's just amazing. Love it. Thank you again, Sassy.
We got an interesting hand here. Gator, who hasn't played a ton of hands, versus JD, who's played all the hands.
Right. And now JD making this call here is really fascinating to me. I wonder what he's... Well, I'd really love to know his thought process in that.
I think he thinks that ace high can be good there sometimes. I think like he obviously knows that he's capable of stealing, especially against a player like Gator if the river is a favorable card. But right here, he's just run straight into it. I am surprised he's tanking on this card. This card.
And he just goes all in, puts Gator in a terrible spot. Oh, even with the three queens, you just got to be sick to your stomach here. I don't know if you can fold, but it's a terrible spot though. Because oh wow. But you got to ask yourself, what is he doing this with? Pocket tens? Ace king? He wouldn't have done it with ace king though, would he? Well, no, he did 3-bet pre-flop. So I mean, he can rep the ace king here. Wow, but you're blocking ace king. You've got wow.
Yeah, this is definitely a tougher spot, but I think with the SPR, I don't see Gator finding a fold here.
No, not with $1,800
But
behind.
I know that Gator is a thinking player, so he could kind of overthink this into a fold. I think if you know about JD and his potential here, it would be very tough for me to fold. I think I just give him my last $1,800
I think
and
so
say,
too. I'm certainly not at this level, but I'm also one of these guys in this spot. I just go, this is such an odd play, and I've got such a strong hand. I just have to say to myself, well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and stick my money in there.
Yeah, I think we just all need to remember that it's based on player type. Like if a certain, other player who's tighter and has fewer bluffs in his range is making this play, it's a lot easier to find a fold. Mm-hmm. But when you are playing against a player who literally floated you on the turn with ace-4 of hearts, when you bet, you need to realize that he has these types of bluffs in his range on the river. And sometimes you run into it. Sometimes he like rivered pocket jacks. Maybe he called you on the turn with jacks and he river jacks full and he's now trying to get max value. There are lots and lots of hands that beat you, but there are tons and tons of hands, way more combinations of bluff hands that he has
and
than
I
you
think you have
expect.
to ask yourself, what is he calling me with on the turn that would do this? Because the turn bet or the turn call, if he actually had a huge hand, I think wouldn't he raise? I mean, if he
said he thinks it's possibly 2 jacks. Let's turn this.
Yeah, so the number of hands that are really beating him is actually a lot smaller than he thinks.
I mean, just a simple example. Really?
I saw a really cool documentary about like the early advertising firms and like all this studying of the science they did to exploit our psychology through stuff.
Yeah, it's a matter.
Gator's really hasty.
If you want me to bluff, what do you want to check here? You don't want to look at it.
My wife shows the color red betting that.
Yeah, he's working himself through it. He's actually working it out.
Yeah, I think it's the think long, think wrong kind of theory here. There you go. You just did the math, my friend.
I always feel really good.
I'm surprised the rest of the table is being so chatty right now, given the nature of this hand. I would think they would kind of settle down here. Looks like they're going to now.
I think that's just the loudness of our mics, or how we hear the.
Yeah,
I don't think they're as loud as it sounds.
A red guy with a white monster.
By the math, I think I'm supposed to call you here. I think you only have 2 hands.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. He's working it out. What can really be beating me? But did Jacks call that turn? That's
Well, he bet very small. He bet $200.
Oh, that's true. He did.
So he made a very small bet.
I guess you have a full house.
Nice.
And then everybody's gonna say that he did roll the.
Let me play my game.
Oh,
I had to put a fucking puzzle together. This guy
nice.
put me in the fucking blender.
Yeah, he did. He did. Well done, Gator. Well played.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank fuck. Get that motherfucker away. Nice. Thank you.
I thought he was calling with a 10 or something.
I think you should keep the hit button.
Just because you guys don't take 5 minutes.
Wow, that was amazing.
Give him the hit button. Give him the
Well done, Gator. Nice. Really nice.
Fucking ace of spades in my hand. It's so much harder for him to pull up.
Right. That's exactly right.
JD waited so long, his water comes out
I'm
of his
waiting
eye.
6 weeks for this fucking incident.
And Moneymaker said he'd been waiting 6 weeks for that spot. And he would have just shipped it instantly. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Moneymaker's great. I love this game. Again, they're all just having a great time. I love it.
Have you ever lost? There's like 19 on the road. You don't get it. You get this.
Yeah, Moneymaker said right to JD. He said, "You don't get a tank from me. It's an instant call." That just comes from the hundreds of hours they've played together. Moneymaker knew exactly what to do. Yeah, and JD wouldn't do that to
Oh,
Moneymaker.
this is funny. Did you hear what they said? They're going to give him 2 extra knit buttons for knit rolling.
They're rolling, okay.
That's hilarious. Oh, 3 of them. There's 3 knit buttons
great.
over there.
JD started to act like, what's that guy? What's that guy that played? No, the young guy.
That's great.
Water coming out, almost like crying. Did he wait for so long? Was it a televised?
Well, I just want to say, in Gator's defense, I've definitely been in spots where you just overthink things, and then once you hit that little bump in your thought process, where you overthink yourself into the blender, so to speak, you wind up like just making it worse. And so
Right.
then you're trying to backtrack and be like, wait, I feel like I'm supposed to call here, and but why am I like in such a blender about this? And then you go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I think it has to do with that. Just they gave him 3 more bad things.
Everybody else takes fucking 3 seconds to call. I'm over here taking 10 minutes. I'm sorry that I wasted everybody's life.
That's funny.
Don't listen to them. They all fucking snap.
At least you gave me a slap.
They
Gave me a slap, that's for
like
sure.
an ace of spades. They're like,
I'm gonna quote you, Maoli. Don't worry about it.
That wasn't never lost. I think we're the ones who are showing.
Put it in the notebook. Put it in the fucking notebook.
The 20?
Well, JD's got a lot of heart, that's for sure.
For sure. You know what? But he clearly had that thought through very well, because, I mean, he picked a spot versus a player who was willing to consider folding a hand like that. I think that had he had a different hand, he might have considered folding. So, I mean, definitely a interesting spot to
Right.
take, and
Well, and
it
Gator had
almost
been-
worked.
Yeah, and Gator had not played a lot of hands either, so I'm sure that factored into the decision. JD was paying attention that he hadn't played a lot, so was able to take advantage of that. And Shorshi winning it with the same hand against Carlos.
Captain Underpair is in the chat. Now we
Hey,
have
buddy.
everybody.
I knew we were missing somebody. Cup, good to see you, my friend. We just have the best community here. You know, our regulars in the chat, and of course all the players here too. But my goodness, you know, I love our poker community here. We got 97 of you with us tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining us. So if you haven't reached over there and hit that thumbs up like button for us, we sure would appreciate it. Oh.
I need to.
Oh. Yeah. This is okay. Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
I think it'll be all right.
Gamble.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
All right, 99 people watching. Somebody go get one friend so that we break the 3-digit mark.
That's right. Hey, Monday night, for the first time ever on our 1, 2, and 1, 3 streams, we broke 100 viewers. We're up to about 106 or 107. And we maintained it for the last hour or so. I was pretty pleased.
Awesome. I say go get a friend, and then we drop down to 96 players. or 96 chatters.
That happens.
That's discouraging. Somebody go get 4 friends. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. Please make sure that you're liking and subscribing the channel. It really does help all the things with the stream and the channel, and it's very important. Not to mention, it inflates our egos in here,
That's right? It does.
Come on,
It does.
I did just refresh my page and check to see how many likes we got, and we only got 33% of you guys liking the stream. It hurts our feelings. Come on.
Yeah, if you're watching,
Bump it up. Hit the like button,
that
y'all.
like button.
I mean,
We're working
just
hard to
such
give you
an
guys some
easy-
great content. So
Yeah, it's just such an easy thing to do. Just the little like button.
I hate it. That was a bad, dirty river.
All right, now we got a little action here. 3-way flop. Ace-3 of hearts, 10-8 of hearts, and Ace-Jack offsuit with the betting lead.
Got you the back.
Nobody's got you, the winner.
Up, card check full.
Assassin going ahead and trying to take down this pot with a small bet here. He's trying to represent a similar hand to what Moneymaker actually has, which is second pair. And I really like this raise from Moneymaker. It protects his equity. It looks like Assassin has a similar hand to what he has. Maybe a little gutter ball or a pair of fives or something like that.
Right.
He's Moneymaker is trying to protect his hand from all the potential bad rivers for himself, and just takes down a nice pot with a race.
Yep. Make notes, everybody. Got a bunch of great players here that are doing good things. Stuff you don't see at the 1-2 game very often. So make some notes. Make yourself a better player.
Yeah, this is a great lineup to be paying attention to. The spots where they take bluffs, the spots where they c-bet, the spots where they choose to check, the spots where they're like folding hands that I would never fold. It's really, really fun to learn from these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, a lot of sexy hands here.
For sure.
We're going to see ourselves a little multi-way flop, I think. All right, a hot mess of nothing here. Danny with the best of it with his second pair. And I think he was the pre-flop raiser, so he has a perfectly fine continuation bet here. And he's definitely going to win unless someone decides to get froggy. So let's see who's doing all the winning.
All right, let's take a look here. Danny continuing to run it up.
Yeah, he's had a slow and steady grind. I'm not sure if we would call this an RV fill worthy heater.
Not quite.
No, I don't think so.
But still, pretty strong.
Very strong showing. Assassin and now Gator are both winning.
Sam just really took that one crushing hand there, and that's really what's cost him most of the money.
Yeah, and Sam as well, he missed that. What was the hand that he had? I think he had a Sam Clark. Sam Clark. I know he got he chopped that one pot, but I remember that he got it all in earlier in the stream and did not win. So I can't recall what the exact holdings were. I would really like Carlos to bet his position here. I think it's important if you're going to have hands like 10-8 on the button here. We want to go ahead and take a stab at that flop and try to take it down when everyone checks to us. And that would have been his real opportunity to take down this pot.
I believe so.
I think it's interesting that Danny's thinking about betting here, and I'm glad he checked because the reality is he has a great bluff catcher. At this point, most of the queens should have bet on an earlier street. The eight should have bet on an earlier street.
Yeah.
Most people aren't even going to have a jack in their range, so I'm definitely.
Would you be in check call mode there?
100%. Yeah. And especially for this sizing, I'm not folding.
Yeah, you're not folding here.
Now, granted, he does have Sam behind him, so maybe he considers folding just because of that, but I probably wouldn't fold even in that regard. Sam doesn't look like he's interested in this pot at all. Oh, wow, Danny. Danny knew he should probably be calling there. You saw his hesitation, but he kind of just gave up anyway.
Wow, Carlos. Got him.
Carlos, yesterday you said something. I had the chat up yesterday, right? And somebody was like, hey, we need to put the...
Oh, yes. Mighty Hammer said had the 10-8 of clubs when Danny had the aces and he flopped an 8.
What that
Right.
was about. Phil said he was going to fucking drink the
Yeah, so tomorrow Eric's letting everybody know we got our $130 tournament, 10K guarantee. So don't miss out on that. That's going to be always a good one. And then also tomorrow night we've got the Next Gen guys will be live streaming their cash game from 6 to 10. It's always a good time. It's a 2-5 game. $1,500 cap on that.
Hey, look what we got. 102, baby. High five.
All right, way to go.
I knew I could do it.
There you go.
All by myself.
There
I'm just kidding with you.
It's all about the Kim on these.
No, hell no.
Hey.
I came here for you.
No,
so.
don't say that.
No, I did for sure.
You know, it's fun for me because, you know, you have so much better insights into these games than I do, and I sit here and just learn a lot. So I really appreciate you being willing to sit with my goofy self and hang out with these games.
No, and I really appreciate you. You have an awesome voice for this, by the way.
Well, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie. I've listened to a lot of the commentary on both streams recently, and I've had to turn it off because certain voices just really irk me. And I definitely just like your tone. You and Chris Larkin are a great duo. I love listening to you guys, and
we have a lot of fun, and I think that's what that Monday stream was really about.
100%. It's fun on the other side, and it's fun in the booth. It's fun. It's just all around fun.
Yeah.
Like this stuff is like, you know, you're winning and losing cars. So I mean, it's slightly less fun sometimes, but in general, the 1-2 stream, I love playing it. I love playing the 1-3 stream. I love listening to y'all's commentary. I definitely volunteered should the dynamic duo go on vacation or something.
Well, I'm not going to be here this week, so
Oh, really?
yeah,
Christine,
I've got unfortunately my real job actually handed me a project that I've got to do Monday, and so I can't be here. So maybe you can help out, Chris, or
I'll either be playing or in the booth for sure. So
all
I
right.
definitely
well, there you go.
definitely do that.
All right, make a note, Eric. Make a note, Eddie. Again, Chris
Wow,
is
a lot
we've
of
got another
good
big
hands.
bunch of hands here.
Some speculative.
The King 8, the raise from, oh my goodness.
Shorshi folds to Danny's 3-bet there, ace queen. Now, I would say if there is a hand to make some tighter folds with the reverse implied odds of ace queen offsuit, it's tough. Against a solid player like Danny, whose ranges, his 3-betting ranges are going to be pretty solid there. Ace queen just performs really poorly after the flop. And you could just wind up getting yourself in a spot where you wind up having to fold, given that his range includes all the ace kings and aces and pocket queens. So sometimes it's easier to make some tighter folds there.
I certainly like the ace 3 suited 3-bet there. That's really strong.
For sure. Oh, here we go. Some more. Look at these
JD.
premium on premium spots.
Oh, and against these two. And Sam with the 6s. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is going to get ugly in a hurry, I think.
Yeah, Moneymaker is not going to let this 3-bet fly.
No way.
So we'll see what happens. And JD, he doesn't like folding.
Yeah,
so
he's not going to fold a big pair.
We'll see what happens here.
I think this is going to go bet call. I think if you're Sam, when it goes bet call here, it's an easy fold if you got the 6s here. Yeah.
Possibly, though, if JD decides to call 1,000, now Sam has a great price to set mine. So even though he is in a sandwich, so it is going to be an interesting spot, but then his SPR is reasonable. So he doesn't have a terrible possible call if JD decides to call.
I think you still have a 5-bet range here, don't you, with your JD? You can make it 2,500, right? He's just going to flat. Okay.
I definitely think you can 5-bet 10s there if you're reading Moneymaker is potentially out of line, but the problem with the 10s is like you can't fold if Moneymaker rips, and if he rips, then you're running to the top of his range.
Right.
It's he has ace king, and then he has
aces and kings.
Yep, and even Moneymaker might even have some queens and queens.
Queens, yeah.
I don't know about jacks, but
yeah,
I wouldn't know. But again, they have more hours with each other, so I think they understand each other's ranges a lot better.
That dynamic is really
there. See, I think that this is a mistake, in my opinion. Whenever we cold call the 3-bets in position like that, and then we get an unbelievable additional price.
Right, you get a 4-bet and a call, and looky there. Wow. He's got to be sitting over there just throwing up in his shoes right now.
So this is my point. Like, we should just fold it we just fold to the 3-bet and get out of the way, and then we don't even worry about any of this.
Right.
But if we cold call, and now we're getting, again, a great price. It was like $650, and the pot was $1,800.
Yeah.
So you're getting 3 to 1.
Right.
With a lot of chips behind.
Yep.
And again, a comfortable SPR where if you flop a set, you're going to be able to get it in on flop or turn very easily.
So on the flop here, Moneymaker bet 500 and got called. And I think that's an interesting call from JD. I really do.
I think it's based on the size. I think the price was really reasonable.
Too strong, yeah.
It's 500 into that
2023.
Yeah. So yeah. Again, you smash a 10 on the turn. You don't have to believe that Moneymaker has ace king or an overpair or anything like that. So you get to kind of see what Moneymaker decides to do on the turn. The fact that Moneymaker checked the turn is very, very interesting. I think he's trying to lay a rope for JD to go ahead and bomb this river.
And JD knows it.
And he did not fall into that trap.
Is he going to go for some value here?
deals with them enough at the poker table.
Do you feel safe going for some value here if you're Moneymaker? I think you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, he's going big. Oh, maybe not.
Especially in that business.
It looks like he's going for 2K here.
I think he's
Pretty
trying
healthy.
to represent like ace queen with missed hearts or something like that. But JD played the hand really well. I think he. See, there we go. Again, you wouldn't have been upset if you just decided to cold call it. So.
Yeah, and the thing is there, certainly Sam would have won the hand, and he although I think Moneymaker, if Sam goes all in there, you know, say on the turn or something, I think Moneymaker could probably fold there with the single top pair.
Yeah, well, that would have
even with the
been,
price.
yeah, who knows, you know, whether you got a full double or what would have happened. But definitely, you know, I'm leaning towards just folding that to the 3-bet, or I'm definitely not folding when I get an additional price to call. I'm going to let you do this, run them through the flip and use the restroom.
All right, sounds like a plan.
And I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Fine, that's fucking great. Now I can't even win extra 50 off that. Okay.
If you win, you're going to save $50 now, so. No rebates.
JD, you can add on 3K. Yeah, he did.
All right, well, you got Scott with us in the booth, or in the box here, of course. And top of the hour, so they're going to do a flip. And while they do the flip, I will pass out some points here. What do you think? I gotta need to pick a number. What number should we do? All right, points are out for everybody. While we got this flip going on.
Not straight, baby.
All right, looks like we got a nut straight here from, and Moneymaker, those got the full house with the pocket eights.
I got sevens full. You have shit. It's all?
Should be more expensive. Yeah, it should be. Should make it more expensive.
75?
I think they're talking about upping the knit game to $100 here. So the knit game is on, and looks like it's going to be $100 if I understand right.
You did a great job.
Who has 10 million points? There you go. TLS is pretty close. Frank's pretty close.
$95 it is.
I'm never going to be the guy that says no.
It's usually be the guy that says fold.
Well, Shorshi with the pocket kings here is going to raise it up. I think that might just do it. I don't see anybody calling his 3-bet here.
Everybody else first bluff of the night.
Everybody else calls
That was pretty straightforward there.
Yeah, but they're all morons.
Fortunately, nobody had anything he could call
I
with.
try to bluff them because I know they're morons.
What the frick is wrong with you guys? Look at always kings and aces over there. That corner. No, he got kings. Kings, aces.
Yeah.
I tried to think about my transgressions, Carlos. I've not been
Hey, kick those two guys out, man. Fucking kings and aces, how many times?
5 times that they've shown. 5 times they've shown.
Yeah, but normally it's not showing.
Yeah, the other time they didn't show. Not including the time they didn't show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The only
Eric says he's going to wear his new hat if Gator goes out with us tonight. I think that's a good plan there, Eric.
He did already. Mine were cracked too.
He cracked my exes
So
already.
JD had a setup for it. Yeah, I got a sheet. Well, I could have just bet the flop.
of the night.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's it. Put all the money then, you know?
No, but I did get up. I'm not gonna-
I like the version where you get off cheap better than the version where you actually like end up back.
I'm so sorry.
You've already killed it.
You killed it by pitching. Alright. Go. So easy, huh?
All right, we're back.
You didn't miss much.
Okay.
Yeah, we had the flip, and then Shorshi had pocket kings, and it was just a raise and take it pretty simple. Eric says he's going to wear his new hat if Gator goes out with us tonight. So.
Ah, nice. After stream party?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't had any dinner either, so.
I am kind of getting hungry.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to get up really early tomorrow.
Man, real jobs suck.
Well, this is a little side thing that I do. You know, I'm kind of I'm an AV tech guy for a living, and one of the big churches over in Irving hires me to mix their broadcast stuff.
Oh,
They
nice.
broadcast their services on Sunday morning, so they hire me to do that. You need anything? You want some water or anything? I'll take a water. Just a water, yeah. Thank you. One of the amazing staff here.
I love her.
Yeah,
she's amazing.
Yeah, so come by to see if we needed something here in the booth. For the first time ever that I can recall, it's not like 1,000,000 degrees in the booth.
Oh yeah. Not 1,000,000, but it's also not frigid.
It's not too cold, right?
Well, I mean, I've been in here where my teeth were literally chattering.
Yeah, sometimes it's that way. Yep.
Yeah. But I'm sure for you guys, the men for sure, like being in here when you're just drenched with sweat is probably no fun.
Oh yeah, Monday it was roasting in here. We're gonna fix that problem real soon, though. Well, we got a whole lot of something happening here. JD's not going anywhere, I don't think. And of course, Assassin's never ever folding here. JD doesn't like this ace on the end. Assassin's gonna bet pretty healthy here. Do you go big here, or do you go small? Trying
So
to
there's
get paid here?
two trains of thought when you're making a decision to bet here. You have to decide whether JD has an ace or whether he's scared of an ace, right? So if he has potentially an ace, we want to bet larger because he's going to pay us off. If he's going to be scared of an ace, we have to bet smaller. And again, the thought process is if he's going to pay us off, he might not pay us off anyways. So if we target a larger sizing and potentially make it look bluffy,
Right.
he might pay us off anyways.
Right.
So you can always size up in some of these spots to try to
Yeah.
to
And
have
he
some
went half
bluffs
pot. He went half pot.
yeah.
So
I think that was plenty large, and
Yeah.
If
'Cause in
JD
that-
wasn't concerned about the queen and the ace, he might have gotten a call,
right.
but
And in
both
that,
cards.
And in that rare situation where JD has ace queen, you
Yes.
just
And then you get paid.
You get paid. You might even get stacks.
You really don't like that,
Exactly. If JD happens to have ace queen there, he might put in a value raise, and you're gonna get all your chips in the middle.
Right.
So
Right. Exactly.
Oh, you have choice not to show?
If you don't show them, you get the money.
on my break, I texted Hayden and asked him how we were doing. He says it's been awesome.
Oh,
So.
he's so nice.
Yeah.
He's a little biased, though.
I mean, possibly, but I think he would tell me if we sucked,
Right.
though.
Right. I think
He would just be like,
he'd be honest.
it's all right, you know.
Yeah.
But no, he said it's awesome. So go team. And we're holding strong at 109 right now.
Yeah, I love
so
it. Hey,
this is awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. You got Texas Kim here with you, and I'm Jason Cole. Everybody calls me Tiny.
AKA Tiny.
Yep. If you see me, you'll know why they call me Tiny.
Yes. It's not because he's small.
No. Here, we'll everybody see. There you go.
Oh, yes.
Hi, everybody.
I forgot we're over here. I always do that.
I hope Brian stacks justice.
For all the new people that don't know me. It's kind of fun because I've been playing poker here in Dallas, you know, for, I don't know, 16, 17 years, you know, back when it was just private games and stuff like that. And so it's fun to be able to see the fake people that I've known for all these years coming over here and playing and reconnecting with some of them. Some I haven't seen in forever. And also, oh, hey, I haven't seen you forever. And you get to play with them and stuff. So that's fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you don't have to play the upcharge.
That's right. We don't have to play the upcharge. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I don't knock it. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And when there wasn't anything else, I definitely don't knock it. But but now we have options. All right, some caffeine.
Danny in here with the 10s. Anybody got anything they're going to call with? Hey, oh, yeah. Moneymaker's going to make it,
Holy moly. Another
Assassin's going to come in here with a 6-4. But you know what's going to happen now.
Yes.
Yep, here it comes. There it is. Let's see, make it. I didn't hear what he said. We went all the way to 500 with it. Wow.
Yeah, he has to get through. I think JD actually. JD must have been the fourth blind or something. And
So-
he actually had a pocket pair as well. He had fives.
Yeah. Well,
So-
it's kind of hard to continue in that situation.
Right, no, but my point is that's why the sizing is so
the sizing's
large.
so big,
He knows
okay.
he has a lot of sticky players
Yeah,
in here,
yeah,
and he's
exactly.
trying to narrow the field. So,
I don't think
and
you
he has a
can fold
beautiful
here.
hand. No,
Yeah.
definitely not. We're in position. We've got a strong holding. We know that Moneymaker has all the big aces in this 3-bet spot, so I think this is a perfectly fine defend. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, man. This board is really rough for Danny just because, again, when we're talking about all the 3-bets that Moneymaker has here, it contains all of these cards.
Yep, all of them.
As well
as the flush draws and the straight.
Yes, so it's tough because we just have to continue sometimes, and we have to grit our teeth and donate another $500 in here when we know sometimes he has king queen, he has ace queen, he has pocket jacks. Nice laydown, Danny. Doesn't even give him one more bet. Love it.
Wow, Danny, well played, my friend. Well played.
Danny's been on point tonight.
Motivation is key. Thank you so much for the compliment. That means a whole lot. We've been doing this stream now real steadily since last fall. Certainly over the past few months here, we have worked really hard to get these slightly bigger games. The folks that are, as we mentioned earlier, most of these folks are real regulars around here in the Dallas poker scene, playing high stakes and mid stakes games. And I really appreciate the compliment. Yep. No, less drama and negativity. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, there isn't a ton of drama or negativity over here. Literally everyone is in this business because they love the game.
Yeah, yep.
And that's what's
And
important.
I say regularly here that the staff here at Poker House is just wonderful. And I have been very, very privileged because of the work that I do. That I travel a great deal, and I literally have played at almost every major casino in the U.S. and outside of Atlantic City. That's the only place that I have not been. But honestly, I have played at pretty much every other casino in the country of any significance. And, you know, the people here are just absolutely fantastic. And I'm a repeater guy for many of those places, you know.
Right.
all
There's a
over
lot
Las
of great
Vegas, yeah.
number 2 spots, right?
Yep, there
but
are.
this is number 1.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. I've been in the industry for a very long time as an employee of various sorts and also as a player. Traveled the country and probably worked in, you know, at least a dozen, if not closer to 24 casinos across the country.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
and definitely nothing like it.
Yeah.
Nothing like it.
Yeah.
Nothing compares.
Right.
Nice.
Oh, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that, my friend.
Scott Friedman says, great stream, Jason and Kimmy. $4.99 super chat. Love it.
Yep.
Just in case you missed that, we can accept super chats now, and the money that you guys donate to this stream will be immediately reinvested into making this stream better. So
right.
please donate. Me and Tiny won't even take $1. Don't
right.
worry about that. But we want to help earn an even better stream,
That's
better
right.
products.
And it is coming, I promise.
Yes.
It really is.
All right, Moneymaker with another premium hand and premium spot.
I think they both can feel about this. I think this might go check, bet, call. What do you think?
I don't know. Assassin can give up on this board a lot, given
2 overs and back doors, you think?
he can, but I'm just saying you're right. He can definitely continue as well. But I would say that Moneymaker's been playing fairly tight, and if there's players that I'm going to be floating lighter, Moneymaker would not be one that I would be floating as light. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so,
that's very true.
So you can pick and choose the people that you float light.
There you go.
Know?
Yep.
And out of position versus Moneymaker is a rough spot.
That's true. That's true. And Eric has said it. We kind of mentioned it earlier before Eric was joining us, but yeah, that was my understanding too. Is that new cameras are the next thing in the budget that we're working towards.
Eric, you might have missed it. We're begging for player mics. The background noise on the table mic is a lot for the commentators and for the viewers. So we're begging for player mics next.
And I have some ideas to help us out with that, but
yeah. I'm even thinking about taking a collection from the players to get that done sooner. I mean, come on.
To do it well and to do it right.
I know it's expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. It's about a $10K minimum to do it well.
We can do that. Holy moly, look at this.
Oh my
We got
goodness.
Carlos opening, reasonable holding, pocket threes, an early position. JD 3-betting with 10s, and Danny now in a rough spot.
And again, knowing what we know about JD, this could easily be a squeeze. He doesn't have to do this with a real hand, which he has. And Danny just folds.
That's an interesting fold. He just feels uncomfortable in that spot. One of the reasons why I think a lot of players fold in that spot. Oh man. Yeah. One of the reasons why players fold in that spot is like they feel like they can't have those types of hands in their cold call 3-bet range. They feel like it plays too open face. And one reason why I don't have a huge 4-bet range is because I love having a huge cold call 3-bet range. And it makes me tougher to play against because I have some stronger holdings. Oh man.
Oh boy.
This is a rough spot for Carlos because you can think maybe his 3 of clubs is good. When you're heads up, your single card flush holdings, flush draw holdings in these spots can be good a lot. So definitely a rough one for Carlos, but I hope he can get away from whatever this bet is going to be, and I'm sure it's going to be
I think
a healthy one.
It a healthy one, yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
Half pot.
A little more than half pot. And I love Eddie's comment.
Nimer Kim in the booth. We actually got super chats tonight. No one wants to listen to me, Hayden, Eric, Gator, Danny, Tiny, or Larkin commentate.
I don't disagree,
Nice.
Eddie.
Well,
It's funny when you look back at it, and even now, there are not a lot of ladies that do commentary. Now I know back, Veronica Brill did, and Poker Mama did out in California for a while. But those are some of the few that would do it regularly. So it's really nice to have you here regularly.
I appreciate that. I love to be able to do it. Fortunately, I have a great partner who is willing to do the fatherly duties sometimes, and he does them all the time, but I'm saying, I get to get out and do my thing. We both really enjoy listening to one another's commentary, so we don't mind letting the other one do it.
You guys are both just great human beings. I just, and I don't just say that because you're sitting here next to me, but you and Hayden are just, I see why people like you guys so much. You're just fun to be around. You are.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you really are.
In this poker world, it's just a really selfish, self-absorbed community sometimes, and it's really important that once in a while you meet good people and really enjoy one another, because the cream rises to the top, and
that's very true.
Yeah,
that's very
we
true.
definitely. We like you too. That's why I was snap willing to come help out. First of all, I didn't want you to have to commentate by yourself. Then I was mildly concerned about who the backup plan was, and I was like, I haven't done it in a while. Hayden did it yesterday, and I was like, Hayden, you got babysitting duties tomorrow? And he said, yeah, no problem. And so
awesome. I'm so glad. Hey, I wanted to pull up these VPIP numbers there. You could see things have really flattened out here now that we've gotten 60-some hands into it. Everybody's VPIPs are down in a range that seems a little more reasonable than it was earlier. Nobody's out of line at all. 31% is the highest. No, I'm sorry, Carl is at 37%. But most of the numbers are really not out of line at all.
For sure. And if you notice the card distribution tonight, it's super lopsided.
Yeah,
a lot of players are getting the premium hands. And even though if it is lopsided, we've had a lot of 4 and 5-way hands where the holdings are really reasonable.
Yes.
Pocket pairs, ace-high suited, big face cards.
And we're not playing 1-2 and 1-3
yeah,
here.
And
these are
these
big,
guys are
big games.
To be honest, I think that if these cards were distributed to a 1-2 table, we would have had so many 5, 6-way flops.
Sure.
Sure. So definitely interesting how card distribution really matters. The types of players at the table really matters. And even though JD had 40% VPIP earlier, his hands and the lines he was taking and the hands that he was playing, they weren't out of line. They were great spots. Yeah. Would everybody play all the hands in all the spots he did? No, not necessarily. But relative to this, I think all the play we've seen has been pretty solid. It's really great decisions, a lot of really great spots, great bluffs, great calls, which I fully expected with this particular lineup.
Well, and you would never see this kind of action in a 5-5-10 game or even a 10-20 game in Vegas like this. Never.
Yeah.
You'd never see multiple 4 and 5-way pots. It just would not happen.
I think what we do is just everybody gets another button. And if you still have one, you gotta have 2. And just rolls over.
Oh, I was like, what is he talking about? Eric's wife has been shopping. He says, I've been in the Kohl's parking lot for 90 minutes. Should I be worried? Absolutely.
100%. I would be checking the bank statement every few minutes here to see how much money is being spent.
But, Kohl's is an easy place to spend some money too, man. A lot of value can be spent. A lot of value dollars can be spent in 90 minutes.
That's awesome. She just finished, he said, okay. That's awesome.
Over under on the receipt.
I'm going to go, let's put the line.
I will say she was buying clothes because she stayed an extra week, so she needed clothes. So there's definitely some.
All right, I'm going to put the line at 319.
I'm going to go under just because I think she's frugal, but
Okay.
I think a solid line would be like I'm gonna do 195.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take the over on 195.
Okay, over on 195. Eric,
All right,
we
Eric.
need to know the amount.
Yeah, we just need to know over or under on 195.
And you
Eric.
have to promise you're not pissed either way. Assassin seems a little card dead. He was pretty brutal the other live stream when I saw him. Eric, if it was target, I would be more worried. For the record, I'm only chatting in between hands or long tanks. He doesn't want to get in trouble either.
Right.
All right, we got ace queen and 8-7 suited. Nice hands.
Well, and Shorshi's got the gutter ball here. And certainly a range advantage on this flop by far. Consider it just went raise call on the flop on the pre-flop. Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah, JD's never going anywhere.
Not yet.
Not yet. Shorshi can't like that. But he's still got the gutter ball. What he doesn't know is that all of his other cards are still clean.
But he also has the betting lead, and he can represent this king a lot. So I definitely think it's fine to be betting here. And obviously, we know JD's continuation range is really wide. So
Yeah. And see, this is the part of my game that I fail at. You know, he's continuing on that board, and I would have folded instantaneously to any bet there on that turn.
yeah. And also another thing that a lot of recreational or new players do here that they shouldn't is they give up turn in Shorshi's spot. They would see that king and they'd be like, forget it, I'm not going to bet that king. But
Right.
that king is really great for Shorshi's range. So so he should continue there with the whole of his range. And look at that. And the job gets done. And the reason for why is not necessarily because JD believed him on any street, but the continuation of all the bets plus the fact that the king hit, the jack hit,
Right.
he has the betting lead
Right.
and the range advantage there. Now, granted, I think that should JD have had like ace jack and river that jack, he would have gotten called for sure. So I think he got a little bit lucky that JD's exact holdings were ace queen.
Well,
But-
Eric's put it out there. Everybody guess the amount of the receipt for his wife's shopping trip, and the winner will get 10,000 points. All right, I'm up for it. Let's go. Let's see what happens here.
He said LOL at $90. Oh well, that's too much of a clue. Now you got to reward everyone who first responded.
Oh no, he's talking about Frank's bet. Frank said $90, and Eric's laughing at it
No,
being
I'm
only
saying
$90.
that's what I'm saying. He's giving away tells that
okay.
it's a lot more. Now I want to bump up my 195. I still stick with it. I think
right.
she's frugal. I don't think she spent more than that. Maybe like in the 200 low twos.
I picked the over, so.
Let's see.
But I didn't pick a number though, so we'll see here. We'll give it another minute.
90 minutes though. You're right. That could definitely be in the $500 range. For me, it would be for
Yeah.
sure. But I'm not her.
Well, I don't think anybody likes his run out much, but JD certainly has the best of it. And I think he does know that he has the best of it, so yeah. Eric says 148.81. Well, congratulations. You were more
I was
correct than I
closer,
was.
but
You were more correct than I was.
But look at it, TLS.
TLS. All right, TLS. There you go.
Very nice, 10,000
All right,
points.
let me find the button here. All right, gotta find TLS's name over here.
Wait, Eric says I was surprised she's not done. She's still shopping?
Oh.
Wow, not fair.
Oh, she's not done. Okay. All right, I thought we were
But
done.
195 already. That means that you're 300. Your 300
So what
might
did
be
I say?
closer.
I said 319, I believe.
Yes.
For the total. So.
Let's see.
Oh, she's moved on to another store. I see.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, but 90 minutes and 148. That's pretty frugal. I'm not gonna lie.
Gosh, I love you guys. You have the best chat. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
So I would pay $750 if someone ducked and noticed it. Yeah, I thought RD was going to do it.
All right, I'm gonna ask the chat a trivia question. Never mind, I just saw it. Steamboat. I was going to ask what Carlos's hat was, the figure on it. I couldn't tell what it was, and I wondered if it was like a brand or something.
Right.
I'm gonna guess that's a cruise ship hat? Steamboat?
Well, it could be either that or I don't know.
It was probably a yacht club.
Probably. Last Monday, of course, we had Mr. Regis in here, rolling in here with his. By the way, that was a Pebble Beach Car Club jacket that he was wearing.
Wow.
I just don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
How you get one of those?
How do you get one of those?
It's amazing. That guy is
He's such a
stone cold gangster.
He is absolutely a killer.
Yes.
After the stream when we were playing, he was sitting next to me and he pulled this just ridiculous move on somebody. And I said, Mr. Regis, you are such a gangster. And he just looked at me and he goes, I'm a lawyer. That's what I'm supposed to do.
That's perfect.
He's so great. Loved it.
Bryce Williams says, is Sam punting again or is he doing better tonight? I'm not quite sure what is considered punting, but I don't think any of these guys are really punting.
No, they've run into some coolers. Both of the Sams have, so just kind of unfortunate spots. I don't think they've actually done any real punting.
Yeah, I think that all their spots were reasonable.
Yeah.
There might have been some mistakes made, but punting, I would not be a descriptor I would use for their losing.
Right.
And trust me when I know the definition of punting.
Yep, me too.
Personally.
Yes. I know it all too well.
Yes.
Just ask the guys that were playing with me last night.
Oh, no.
Well, I think I got a little tilted last night. I think that was my problem.
But what is getting wrecked to you? 3 buy-ins? 2 buy-ins?
Yeah, I mean, anything past 2 is certainly getting wrecked.
Okay, so you went past 2?
No, I didn't get wrecked. I just, you know, it was nothing like that. I just didn't play well.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's good that if you
I was just
didn't
punting.
play well and you didn't get wrecked, that means that, you know, it wasn't that bad.
Well, I guess technically it was 2 buy-ins, now that I start to think about it.
Yeah, but if you stopped yourself
Yeah, I
from
stopped
playing
at 2.
bad at 2 buy-ins,
Yeah.
but that also shows the level of discipline that you have, because if you are able to stop yourself at 2 buy-ins when you're playing bad and making bad decisions, that's pretty good.
Well, and some of it for me was that I started off really well and then, you know, ran into like some ridiculous situations, and I think it just tilted me, and I know better than that.
Scott Freeman says, Cowboy fans are experts in punting. I do recall, though, that I saw some punts that got blocked, so so they're not experts in that either. Okay, that's my one joke of the day.
There you go.
Mom jokes are not that great, and I'm sorry at the expense of Cowboys.
Mark says 3 buy-ins. That's a minimum for me. Well, Mark, we all know.
We all have different limits.
It's more about. It's not really about the number of buy-ins for me. It's more of a recognition of, okay, I'm not I am not playing my best, and so I need to just get up and go.
That's
I
a
recognize-
super good skill to have.
I recognize the difference between just running bad and then me
Playing
playing bad.
bad.
Yeah.
A lot of people do not recognize that difference. And therefore, we make money off of those people.
That's right. And sometimes you just, like you said, sometimes you just run bad and play bad, and then it's really
Then
tough.
you get wrecked.
Yeah, then you get wrecked.
All right. Danny with the betting lead, but Sam Clark with a nice holding. Let's see what he decides to do
I
here.
think I'm just going to flat this, right? You got so much of the board locked up. It's just
So the reason for why not just calling is sometimes favorable is because you want to build a pot versus
Yeah.
a pre-flop aggressor
Okay.
in this spot to try to get it in. Especially when you have a shorter stack like this, you want the pot to grow, and it's tough to like get all the chips in, right? If you let Danny bet this flop for $50. And if he gets lucky enough that Danny has a big ace with a spade in his hand, he's never going to fold, and so we want to try to bloat this pot.
Okay.
That's the argument for that. Now we're looking at his holdings, and it's like we're, obviously I'm not super.
Only wrestling.
I'm a little surprised that Danny's continuing with this particular
was
hand.
too.
But maybe if I had a pair of fives with the backdoor diamond draw, I would still be in here. But I think we can give up, especially given that Sam is really short stacked. So for him to blow this pot versus us, I won't say really short, but short enough to where like we should be reasonably suspicious that he's trying to get it in for stacks at some point.
now if Danny puts him on a flush draw here,
He should just call
he should just call.
because he's trying to get Sam to continue bluffing. But our hand is super vulnerable to a lot of rivers, even as semi bluffs like king high spades or whatever, and it's just it would just be really tough to find another call on the river, whatever the river is, right?
Right.
So unless it's a 5 or an 8.
Yeah,
And
I think you have to think about what's the next bet going to be. He just bet pot basically right there.
Right.
And so now what's going to happen on the river? I mean, it's going to be even if you catch, the only thing that you might feel comfortable with is another 5. You wouldn't even be comfortable with an 8 there with 2 pair.
See, I would play that game. That would be fun.
I'm not sure, Bryce. I feel like I think check call is fine if you think you have a bluff catcher. I don't think you check ripping with bottom pair is like ever the optimal play. I mean, you'd really have to think the guy is just got total air. But that's my opinion, and this is why poker is so amazing. We can all make different plays in different spots, and a lot of times we can all be right in various situations.
So while we've got a second here, Chris and I talk about this fairly regularly, but I want to pull this up for JD here and take a look at his VPIP versus his preflop raises. And notice how tight that number is. Mm-hmm. That is ridiculous. To be that close together means that you are playing extremely optimally, especially given the circumstances here in this game. JD's, when he's coming in, he's putting in a raise, and that's really impressive in this game.
And he's also getting to showdown 40% of the hands that he plays, which means that he is he's either winning or taking it down, or he's not getting bluffed off his hands, and it's like really it's really interesting to wind up getting to showdown as often as he is. It shows how sticky of a player he is and how difficult he is to get free of when you have your bluffs, and how often, like when you call him down, like he or you get to showdown, he's there with you, and he hasn't really mucked too many hands on the river, so that means he's winning most of those showdowns too. So,
and unfortunately, he had that one hand where he got it all in with Gator there, so he's down a little bit of money.
What a great read in that spot.
It was still an incredible play there.
I think, honestly, if the SPR was a little bit deeper, I think Gator would have folded.
Yeah,
so,
I agree with you completely.
So,
and he just ran into the one hand that
one
Gator
hand
could
and
have.
the one stack size that wasn't really going to work.
Exactly.
But then again, I think Gator is always calling. It just took him a long time to get there. But
and really, $1,000 down in this game is really nothing.
Yeah. But look, all these guys playing really well. I mean, again, Gator hasn't had hardly any cards. Danny has had a lot of good hands and probably isn't winning a ton anymore, but a lot of his good hands haven't been working out.
Right.
All right.
Well, we got some interesting distribution here. And Carlos, being my man here, playing the 5-3 suited. I love it. I know y'all think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, 5-3 suited is the best hand in poker.
I don't mind 5-3 suited for sure.
It's such a wrecking ball, although I will say that I've gotten crushed with it here the last few weeks, but I get away from it. Oh, and he doesn't like this flop, but he does have a pair and some backdoor draws.
Interesting spot for Danny when both players check to you. But also could be a little trappy on Assassin's part, so I don't mind the check back as well.
Oh, wow, he checked again.
Now Danny might bet. He also might just try to get to showdown and realize his equity on the turn. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't mind that either.
Yeah, I don't mind either way. A bet or a check there, I think would have been fine. But
I'm always trying to have fun. It's because he doesn't like being in
So this sizing is a little bit weird because I feel like you want to get called here. We believe we have the best hand for sure, and we want like maybe a random pocket eights or pocket sevens to consider paying us off. So I would keep this bet really small.
yeah, he went about half pot. I think that was probably too big.
Or another thing too is that I would consider checking and letting Danny potentially bluff because we're never folding. And I would like Danny to bluff with like Jack 10 or, some hand like that where he doesn't believe he'll win at showdown.
Right.
But Danny has a clear call as well, so it's totally fine. But I think we want to keep that sizing small to get paid by worse. We always got to remember when we're betting, we're trying to target specific hands to pay us off. Small ball is outdated play, says Mark Davidson. I don't know if that's relative to my most recent comment. It's not about playing small ball. I certainly don't like playing small ball, as many of these people will attest. It's not about that. It's about the fact we want to get paid by worse. And we can't really get paid by worse if we're betting half pot on the river there.
Most of the time.
Yeah, we say that, but certain stakes, right? But certain lineups, but not in this lineup, right?
Right.
We say that, but then again, we've been wrong before.
Absolutely. Well, that's why they're out there playing and I'm sitting in here.
Yeah, but we're learning. We're watching
Absolutely.
and learning.
I sure am.
And it's nice to get some insight.
Well, and I've said this before, I watch some of the other big streams, the Hustler one and things like that, and I know that, like David Tuckman, he's not playing 100, 200, 400 ever. He's probably never played 100, 200, 400 in his life. But he's a great commentator.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it works. So I don't necessarily think that you have to be able to play at these stakes to be able to talk about them.
No,
But
definitely not.
Kim knows way more than I do, so that's why she's here.
Yeah, but
I'm just here for my good looks, Kim. That's all there is to it.
absolutely. And you're looking good, sir. Looking good. I definitely think that it's not about that. Like, as long as you treat the game with humility and you realize that there is always a huge number of players that are better than you.
Yep.
And I think that it's just important to be humble, learn constantly, you know, share your knowledge when your knowledge is asked for, I suppose. And but at the same time, just know that, like, I could definitely be wrong. I'm not perfect by any means, but I definitely know these players. I've definitely played with them before. I've beaten them. I've lost to them. All the things. So I'm just trying to share with you guys a little bit of my personal experiences with these guys and playing at these stakes. You can take it or leave it, but I hope you all enjoy our time here together.
Absolutely. Well, I will tell you this. The other night when we were after the stream, the 1-3 game, Hayden was still playing. Like I said, I jumped in the game, and I got to tell you, it was a proud moment when I beat Hayden in a hand.
Was this last week?
Yeah, this past Monday.
Yeah,
I said, I actually beat Hayden in a hand.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, he had a rough night that night, too,
yes.
so unfortunately.
Yeah, he did not play his best. It was one of those things, you know. Oh, wow, here. We'll talk about that later.
Oh, my goodness. What is going on here?
Moneymaker with a 3-betting hand, and it is very unfortunate that he's running into JD's obvious. I'm sorry, a 3-betting hand, and then JD's obvious 4-bet here.
Right. And I love this 4-bet size.
Oh,
and look at that.
Gosh, Moneymaker's just so disciplined. Just says no value.
Yeah,
no
that's really
value.
well done.
Oh.
Although, admittedly, to a 4-bet, Ace Jack just does not play very well.
Yes, it shrivels up for sure, especially against a tough player like JD. He covers him, all the things. Again, the reverse flight odds of flopping an ace and not knowing exactly where you're at.
You just can't feel comfortable, even if you hit an ace.
Or you flop a jack. The flop comes jack high. And
it's even worse if you come to jack high.
Yeah, so it's just a really nice lay down. A lot of players.
The only flop you want to see is King, Queen, 10.
Yeah.
Other than that, you don't want to, not much else you want to see.
Hayden says, everyone beat me that night, Tiny.
Okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Well,
so it wasn't me.
I would just say we sort of beat ourselves a little bit, too.
Yeah.
JD, with your favorite hand.
All right, JD. Now make it work. Make it work for me. I've been
show
telling
what kind of a winner it is.
That's right.
Oh, look, it won.
There you go. Yeah.
Best hand.
There was one night on the stream when I said that, and literally the very next hand, or that hand when I said, hey, he's got the best hand in poker, and he flopped the nut straight with it.
Nice. It's definitely sneaky.
I love it.
Wow, 122 people now. Hell
Oh my
yeah.
goodness, let's go. Get those likes in there, people. Hit that thumbs up button for us. It's been fun watching all of our streams just continue to grow and watching the numbers just chart upwards constantly for the last 3 months. It's great. Getting a lot of traction now.
I want to know everything. Tell us everything. Let's hear the story. I don't know anything. How's the surroundings?
All right, so we got 54 likes out of the 122.
That's not bad.
That's not bad, but we can do better.
For sure. Show us some love, y'all. All it is a little click of the button. Doesn't mean much to you guys, but it means a lot to us. All right, we got Sam Clark raising under the gun with King Queen. Carlos calls 6-4 suited. Assassin calls King 8 suited. Danny with a nice little smooth call in the big blind with pocket jacks. And Sam with Queen High clubs.
Yeah, we're going Texas heads up. 5 ways to the flop.
And you know what's crazy about this? Is that there are 5 players in this hand and not one of them have an ace.
That is bananas. Welcome to Texas.
It's just one of those things that nobody says that you had to have a premium hand in a multi-way spot.
And Sam just
Takes
fires
it
at
down.
it and gets there with his gutter ball. Oh, wow. That's great. I love it.
Rena, don't say pitiful. She says 57 likes. That's 50% pitiful.
That's actually pretty good. 50% is actually pretty good.
Yeah, pitiful sounds bad. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it's definitely reasonable.
Yeah.
I think the streams that get like 300 viewers are happy if they have 150 likes. So.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So
Well, yeah, if you look at the Hustler, they get 10,000 viewers and they get 1,000 likes.
Yeah. So we're doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing fine.
But we would love to have 100% likes.
Yeah, for sure.
think the very wish is that they want to be independent. I don't think they'd be okay with that too, maybe. We won't agree with that.
All right, Sam Clark with another nice holding. And Carlos with a nice defend hand in his straddle. Oh, Sam with a nice flop. A 6 would be a sneaky turn. JD probably not going to let this go for a check though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's gonna rep that king no matter what.
And Sam is probably going to play this fast. This is a pretty dynamic flop. And he's got a player behind him to act.
Yeah.
So
I think you can go pretty big here, can't you? Yeah, I was thinking 400, but yeah, he went 450. I will be really surprised if JD continues, but what do I know? There you go. He's so much better than I am. I have no idea.
I think it's the same as all the times before. He knows that he is a scary player, and he wants to make
now
sure.
He can represent the flush. He can represent the straights because JD has all the flushes and Sam has none of the flushes.
Yes, and now he has a hand where he is double gutted. If his 9 of spades is good, he might decide to continue. But in fairness, Sam's check raises include all the spades and obviously hands like sets and stuff like that. It would be difficult for him to really have very many bluffs in his range.
That's very true.
So I think JD is just trying to decide how many of his outs are good and whether he can represent something like a straight or
Well, he's going to go for it.
Here we go. River. I thought it was going to be a 6 or something dirty.
I was thinking the same thing. I said,
a red 6 or something like that.
Yeah, here comes the 6 or the 10.
Now, Sam has 2 options here. He can decide that maybe JD will bluff at this and check and just never fold.
I think you went all in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, JD doesn't have anything, so. Yeah.
Well, Sam's crawling his way out of the hole here.
Yeah.
He was buried a little while ago, but now he's gotten it back up a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit better here. I think he was down over 3K earlier. So working his way back out of the hole. Well done.
Yes. And JD's stuck a little bit more right now. But all these numbers are fairly reasonable. Nobody stuck keeps.
Right. And if you look at the stack sizes here real quick before they get going, although I don't think the computer will dump it here. We'll just wait till the next hand.
Said no can do.
Yeah, when the cards are in play, the computer pulls that, pulls those stats down automatically.
Scientists and analysts.
Well, that's a heck of a flop for both of them, really. Danny's got the big over flush draw, and
Assassin with
the
double gutter
straight
flush draw and a flush.
How do you ever fold here? Wow, I'm betting the farm on that hand.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Danny's really disciplined there and folds. Wow,
that's interesting.
I don't think I could have folded there. I'd at least had to see one more card. But that's me. Again, I'm terrible. So
I guess I didn't really see the pre-flop action, so I'm not quite sure. But I know Danny just tends to pick spots where he's confident, and with the King of Hearts, you're just rarely confident unless the turn's the Ace of Hearts, right?
Right, that's true. That is
so
true. Yeah.
He's maybe just
could be dead to the Ace of Hearts already, so
deciding to stay out of trouble there. But I think in position, especially on the button, I'm probably gonna see the turn.
Yeah, as you can see, everybody's deep enough that we can. If you're down, you can still get your money back here.
For sure.
What?
One is in the city and one is in the rancher district. So like one in the rancher district is like super popular. They play Champions League.
All right, Assassin picking up some backdoor outs, so he's gonna bet this turn. Wow, Shorshi is really good at something that I am not good at, and is carrying on an entire conversation while playing a hand. And he's betting and calling and checking while talking about sports. I could not do that.
I
just I focus on the hand, and then I'm immediately back to babbling about whatever. but Shorshi does not believe him.
I think he's going to call here.
He's also thinking as well.
Oh.
And he calls.
Yeah.
Wow, very nice call. As I said before, he's bluff catching while in complete conversation about something random.
Amazing. He didn't even think about that very long. That's what's even more impressive.
Yeah, and he was in the middle of rethinking the action while in mid-story.
That's amazing.
That's
I'm
impressive.
not playing with that guy. If I see him at the table, I'm going
dangerous
somewhere else.
and telling about that guy.
Yeah, I'm playing at another table if I see him coming.
It's cool around Oklahoma.
Shit, say it's not cool, so he says it's cool.
That's not I would hate it. I would hate it. It would kill me. No end. And I would probably punt a lot. I would punt even more.
I'm surprised.
Oh, wow. Sam smashing this flop.
What a flop.
But everyone got a little piece.
Yeah, everybody's got something here.
So if Sam chooses to bet this, he's gonna help fill this pot. A lot of times, players, when they smash flops like this, they tend to want to disguise their hand, and the problem with that is just like we need to build the pot. Like, how can we win any more money if we just check?
Yep.
We,
Bet 150. I think that's just right.
I agree. Lovely sizing. And it's getting a call from second pair right now.
And he's going to get another call. Shorshi's going to call for sure. Top pair, decent kicker. Yep. Oh, boy.
Now we got a pair and a gutter from Assassin. I doubt he's going to go anywhere.
Looks like he's coming in big with it. 750. He basically overbet. Yeah, overbet the pot just a little bit.
I like this sizing actually because you want to punish the flush draws.
Yep.
You want to size up for pants just like Assassins with a pair in the straight draw. And it can also look a little bluffy too, so you might get a hero call from one of the players. So let's see what happens. Assassin does not. Oh, there he is.
I was just going to say he was really thinking about it there.
And he takes it down.
Fold, yeah.
All right, and
I think that's going to do it for Scott. And we are at the top of the hour. And you guys know what that means.
all right, let's turn this down a notch. Points for everybody.
All righty. That is done.
That means you're due. That means you're due. If you don't want it, I'll buy it. And then I'll, because if I win, I win. No half. I get all.
All right, just a friendly reminder about these flips. This is one of the things that we do on the stream. Almost every stream runs these flips on dealer changes, and one of the reasons why they're run in these streams is because it is a way for us as the players to generate a little bit of a tip for the production staff. And this is for the person running Action Tracker, for Eddie and Eric, who are constantly working themselves to death on property and off property.
Yep.
I mean, I'm in a group thread with them regarding production, and they'll ask questions about players or things, and I help with player profiles and whatever else. And these guys work really, really hard. So
I don't think anybody has any idea how much work that those guys do just putting together the lineups for these games.
Oh my gosh,
I mean,
and lineups is one of the most
hours and hours of work to get this
relentless jobs, and it's really underappreciated. Mallory at TCH and Eddie over here, I did it for a few months initially to help out with these streams, and it is just a completely unrewarding job. But yeah, so please, if you play the streams, I know like there's some of you who like don't really understand why they're happening, or maybe you don't feel like gambling and playing these flips or whatever. They are in place for a reason. They're to help the staff earn some extra money and to show our appreciation for everything that they do. So please participate and always take care of your staff and be as generous as you can be. So.
And Shorshi wins another one here with making the flush on the end there.
Nutter butters.
Just the nuts.
Yeah. So, how come you and Larkin don't play the Monday streams?
Because we're always in here.
Yeah.
I jumped in like 2 weeks ago. I knew that I was not going to be able to be here on time. And I had told, we'd made all the arrangements. That was when Cup was in this. The booth.
Yeah.
And then I actually put my name on the list, and I got to play like the last 45, 50 minutes of that one
Nice.
3 game. So that was fun. And I was so card dead until the very last hand. And I was on the button on the very last hand, and I had pocket aces.
Did you win?
I won a nice pot.
Nice. Very nice.
I sure did. Ended up for the stream just because of that one hand.
It ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over till it's over.
I have never stacked anybody like I did tonight. I was literally about to say this is my last hand. The button was about to come to seat 1, which we were playing round of each. So when it comes to seat 1, it goes to Hold'em. And so I was like, going to play my button or tell them that I was done after that,
right.
if they wanted to play my button or if they wanted to be done. But I just wanted to say I'm playing the PLO hands and that's it. And so I told them I got to go to the stream. and they were very understanding. And then that guy just gave me his chips on the last
crazy.
hand. He like joked about it. Like I said, he said, "You're trying to take all our chips before you leave." And I said, "Not really." And I was like,
then you did.
and then oh my gosh, I bet 1,000 on the river, and he ripped it all in for $3K.
Wow, that's nuts. I didn't get quite that much of a cooler for the guy, but I won a nice healthy pot that hand. What was funny was I had been talking, we had kind of been chatting, and and I had been so card dead, and so I raised on the button, and I said, I even said, well, it's the last hand, so I've got to do something, and I was thinking to myself, nobody's going to believe that I have aces here.
That's
because
so awesome.
It looks terrible. It looks like I was just 3-betting into nothing, trying to win a hand before the stream was over.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
Timing for stories and stuff like that are always just so sick, right? When you're just like, the best feeling ever is when you get pocket aces back to back. One time I was a dealer and I dealt pocket aces back to back to back, but they went twice. Two out of the 3 times to one player.
Oh my goodness!
But that's the best when you just say they're never going to believe I've had aces twice, and then you get them, and it's just like that's just the best.
That is sick. Well, we're gonna some really playable hands here. Looks like all the jacks are going to be pretty well dead here. Oh, I'm surprised that the ace jack folded there, but I guess to a 3-bet. Again, we've talked about that. It's so unplayable out of position, and you see a terrible flop, you have no idea what to do with it.
Yeah.
But I love Jack 9 suited too. I love that hand. And of course, the ace jack now is wishing they had it,
But then again, maybe not, because again, Assassin's representing all the biggest parts of his range, and
right, it's true.
And that's the brilliance of 3-betting a hand like Jack 9 suited.
That's right.
He gets to rep boards like this.
That's right.
And he just takes it down when he's completely crushed.
My biggest tournament win was with Jack 9.
It's a beautiful hand.
Yep.
Heads up, it's really, really beautiful. Oh, he forgot to turn in his button because he didn't show. So he says, "Don't worry, I'm going to win more pots." He's not even worried.
He's not at all.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I need some chat interaction, please. This is like about my bedtime. And I'm yawning to myself, even though I'm really enjoying the action and your company. It's so funny because Emmy goes to bed at
with the little one,
between
it's gotta be tough.
7:30 and 8:30 p.m.
Right.
And by the time 7:30 rolls around, I'm just counting down the minutes till she starts rubbing her eyes. Right. And I'm just like, oh, is she almost there? Is she almost there? Is she almost there? I ask her all the time, are you ready for your bottle? Because she takes a bottle of milk before she goes to sleep. And she'll say, no. And I'm like, dang it. Are you ready for your bottle? Yes, Mama. And I give her a bottle.
That's great.
And then 8:30 she's out or whatever, and I tuck her in bed and I walk straight down the stairs and I get in bed and I go to sleep. I mean, it is absolutely insane. I
understand.
I'm ready to go to bed. But yeah, we
He didn't show it either.
Yeah, 2 players, Mr. Chance.
Mr. Chance, that's great. I love it. Yeah, my wife's her schedule for a long time, and she would go to bed at 8:30.
Yeah.
For years, just until recently. But her work schedule changed, so she's changed her bed. But she still goes to bed early though. I'm the late night guy.
Yeah.
We were driving home last night from the casino, and it was really late. And she's like, I can't believe it's 2:30 in the morning, and I'm still awake.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, once in a while I'll be up late, but I just can't do it that much anymore.
I try not to. Sometimes you're just, you know, the other night of that Monday night game, I was here till late playing that game.
Sam said pocket sevens quite a few times. They haven't really worked out for him, but
You can't like this flop, but he calls anyway. See, now, I'll be honest with you. I'd have chucked those pocket sevens faster than I could even, it wouldn't even have been a thought, given that board and what happened.
Look, he's doing that same donk lead. Remember when the board paired on the turn?
That's true.
And what's interesting about this is that Sam actually doesn't have the king, so he is a little bit concerned. However, Sam's donk is a lot smaller this time than it was last time.
Oh, but he made it tough here, though.
Half pot.
But everything gets there on the end.
Yes.
Everything gets there on the end. All the straights, all the flushes, everything gets there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the big, what's going on here?
Yeah, this is again an interesting play by Sam. I think he's lucky that a spade came out to help his chances of getting this bluff through.
Yeah.
Maybe he was counting on that, but his line doesn't quite make sense. Like, why would he donk lead there with a spade and the king comes out? So it's not quite making sense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now that he's willing to bet a spade for this sizing, so he either had, did he have a king on the turn or did he have a flush draw? But it worked again. Yeah. I think he's targeting the exact player.
And the net game being in play here makes a difference too. Changes the dynamics of that.
Yeah, a really nice play by Sam. It was very creative.
That was Sam on Sam violence, by the way.
Sam on Sam violence, and man, and the show, the natural show. He has to show. He just missed the show from before.
Right. He's like, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, he has to show this one, and
everybody
sure
sees
enough.
his bluff.
Yeah.
Well done. Of course, that could easily get him paid later on too.
For sure. Again, I think he targeted the perfect player to do that too, and that's important to do it. To when you're going to pull the trigger on. Oh my gosh, what did I say about pocket sevens?
Sevens again. Oh my goodness. JD, Jack 9, Danny with 10-9, Shorshi with Queen 10. Well,
they're all holding the same cards,
yeah,
pretty much. So let's see this flop.
Oh, put something out there that everybody smashes. Oh my gosh.
How does that 10 get there?
How does that happen?
Yeah.
Holy cow. What a flop.
And then JD, who has the worst possible hand in the spot, is the one that's betting. I love that.
Of course.
Isn't that amazing?
It's
like,
amazing.
Poker is awesome.
I love it. Danny's like, I got top pair, I'm not folding. Shorshi's thinking, I got top pair, I'm not folding. He might raise. Try to get some of the riffraff out. There you go. Now, Sam, you got away with it last time, but I don't think you can get away with it again. There you go.
Yeah, different kind of players, different kind of spot. This is multi-way spot.
Yeah, multi-way, you're dead. I think Danny's going to call this here. Yeah. Deuce basically changes nothing. This might go check.
I'm not sure. I think that's interesting because Shorshi, his hand needs a little bit of protection given that there's two hearts out there and the potential for some overs could mess him up.
Yeah.
But also, Danny has a lot of hands just like he has, which is a 10 or a 5 that's defending versus the raise, and we're missing some value versus those hands. But again, these guys are. I think Shorshi's a really incredible player. So maybe he knows something I don't know. But I also was a little surprised by Danny's defend there because he has the 10 of hearts in his hand. So we blocked some of the combo draws and the flush draws that Shorshi can have.
Right, exactly. This was just like.
But again, Shorshi definitely has even some like open-ended draws and stuff like that. So I don't mind the fact that he decided to peel turn. And he got to actually get to showdown for one call. So I think they both played it fine. We got booted.
Was that?
Did we get booted from our chat?
No. We don't ever use that.
Oh, okay. What is this?
Moneymaker, what are you doing with the Queen 7?
Wow.
Are you just feeling in here, playing the old computer hand? I mean, come on.
Showing some.
I guess you just got tired of sitting there.
Showing some range here.
I like it though. Now he can just fire at it at will here, can he?
Yes.
Just take it.
Well, I mean, he's just.
He's repping
he has
everything.
complete air, so he's gonna rep all the boards until he's not allowed to rep the boards. So we'll see what happens.
Shorshi says, I don't think so.
And this pot is relatively small, so this is an interesting card because now Moneymaker has some actual equity when he had almost none on the flop.
But he has no idea how little it is.
Yeah, now it's perceived equity, I should say, because it's not real actual equity. It looks like the board paired on the river, yeah. So this is going to be an interesting spot.
Yeah.
Well, less interesting if it gets led into.
Oh, is Moneymaker thinking about getting squirrely here?
He might. He might think
know,
about raising.
What can you rep here, though?
He has all the jacks.
Oh, that's true.
He bet the flop, remember?
That's right, he did.
So he has all the jacks.
That's true. And he does. That's exactly what he did. Wow. Moneymaker's just so next level.
Oh, here we go. Show it. Show it.
Yeah, he's going to show it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he does. He shows
High
it.
five.
Yeah, there you go.
What a sicko.
He is. Yep. And I wonder how much the Nick game played into the dynamics of that.
I really don't know, but that was a stellar play.
So sick.
And then Shorshi gives a speech like, I should have never done that. I should have checked.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting is if Shorshi just checked there, Moneymaker might not have fired that river because his line just,
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, really.
Right. Yeah, he could be checking back a jack, and then when the spades come back, a jack with no holding.
There. Yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, it would based on the sizing and stuff, it's easier to pull a bluff when someone leads into you because now they're trying to represent a particular hand, and you're saying I can beat that hand.
Right.
And so people give those river bluffs a lot of credit because they're saying I bet for value and now you're raising me, and they're gonna think about folding versus I have a check call hand, I check, you bet, I'm gonna call you, and it freezes you a little bit when you're thinking about bluffing because it's all right, what size can I really bet here?
Right. Okay.
That this person's going to believe. But it's easier to believe them when they donk into you or believe your opponent when you lead into them and then they're raising you. Now you're like, I believe you. Versus I check, you bet. I don't believe you. I call,
Right.
It's just, it's tougher to call a raise on a river. And Moneymaker did a perfect little value sizing. I mean, really well done. And it's honestly a pretty small pot. It's not a huge deal, but it just shows that he wasn't giving up.
Right.
It's interesting that he chose Queen 7 offsuit to pick that
To do
particular
that
hand.
with, yeah.
But maybe he just saw like a lack of interest in the position players. He's in later position, so and he knows he's been playing pretty tight, solid. So
I like the open here from Assassin with ace-5 suited there.
for sure, mandatory.
Yeah, from early position. If you're gonna play that, you got to put in a nice raise. You don't want to play that hand out of position. And of course, he just gets there.
Carlos has really been flop dead. Like,
Yeah.
just really hasn't had very many good flops, very many good hands. Really haven't even seen him enter a pot in a while.
Yeah, he's had a really tough distribution and gotten in some tough spots here earlier tonight too.
His bad behavior is going to keep this back karma. You can't recharge the level. That has to make you feel good.
Looks like Assassin's going to keep firing at it here. Can't say that I blame him. Wow, Carlos. That's
This is
very
interesting.
interesting. Guess he's kind of hoping for a king here.
Maybe he plans on bluffing a club river.
Yeah, that's right.
He does have the jack of clubs,
Jack of clubs.
so he can.
He can rep it. Wow, that's. That negates the ace-7 kind of hands here. All right, let's see if he gives up the knit button. Oh, he does. Okay. I was wondering if he'd do it. Who would remember?
Oh, he has to win a showdown. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he had to turn it over, and then was he going to remember to turn in his button or
Yeah,
not?
that would be funny.
Well, we're up to 137 of you with us tonight.
That's amazing.
That is really great.
Thank
on a
you for
Saturday
joining
night.
us.
Yeah. One of the few Saturday night streams running, so wanted to see some good poker tonight. So let's take a look here at some VPIPs while we got just a second. And again, you can see distribution's pretty evened out there, except Gator's just been pretty card dead for the most part. Nobody's completely out of line or anything. It's all pretty standard. So
I hear that 30 to 30% VPIPs is optimal.
for a stream, that's what you're going to see. I think ultimately, optimally is more into the low 20s, 20 to 23. Like in a standard full ring cash game. But 30 is not out of line.
I will just say the number of times I've had a 20% VPIP have been very minimal. So
I'm just talking about, if you were to go by the book, that
and that's fine.
that low 20%
I'm
range
just
is where you're at.
readily admitting that I am not a by the book player. So if you watch me play and that's what you're expecting, you're going to have a rude awakening.
Well, it's interesting that we don't have anybody way out of line like we sometimes see on these streams where we'll have.
Well, I would say if I was playing this lineup, I'm pretty sure my VPIP would be very similar in the 20s to 30s range because these guys are tough to play against.
Yeah.
You can't be getting out of line. They will punish you.
Right.
Certain lineups, it's a little bit different. Not quite so aggressive, not quite so... yeah, I would definitely be playing a lot tighter in this particular type of lineup. I say that, and then you throw me in, and then I'm just
You're up there at 45% or something. Yeah.
Who knows? I definitely am a field-based player. I go with my reads. I try to play each opponent in each situation to the best of my ability, and that's pretty much all I care about.
Well, and this is not like the Hustler games where you'll see guys at 50% VPIP playing for 100K in front of them and stuff like that. It's just that's bananas. I can't even wrap my brain around it.
Yeah, it's all relative though.
I guess
poker.
it is.
With poker, it's all relative.
it boggles my mind to think about a guy like Mariano and even Rampage for that matter, how but Mariano in particular, making that transition at the speed that he's made it and still being able to crush the games playing just ridiculous nosebleed stakes. I mean, it's so hard to wrap your head around that. It's just mind-blowing. And it's not like he went out and won some huge tournament and has $1 million to play with. He did that by literally grinding his way up into those stakes, and he did it really fast.
Yeah.
That's just mind-blowing to me. Of course, I know Chris Cashman's over here just crushing these games, playing, 25-50, doing the same kind of things. Really, really fast, and a lot of credit to guys out there doing that kind of work.
Yeah, but they've earned it. They've done a ton of studying. They put a lot of hours in their craft, and they've earned their spots, and it's definitely admirable. These younger guys that have taken the time to learn and grow their game, where the rest of us are kind of just going through the motions, and
that's right.
And these guys are just wrecking.
There's I heard Mariano say that he took the time and went back and watched all of the old Live at the Bike streams where Garrett Adelstein was playing, and watched every single stream that Garrett played and made notes about what Garrett did and when he did it.
Yeah.
And
to try to model him.
Yeah, to try to model that. And he does. I mean, it's just, and the dedication to do that is enormous. Well, we got a whole lot of nothing burgers here going on, and yet somehow Assassin's going to win with 3-4 suited. Smashes the flop, of course.
Not a very big pot.
Nope.
That can definitely be tilting when you finally make a hand all night. You've been card dead. You flop trips and you make $0.
especially when it's real disguised like that.
Yeah.
Who's ever going to put you on a 4 there? And an ace on the board. You got to think, oh well, somebody's got an ace, and then nope.
Yeah.
That's the way it happens, though.
Okay, I'm trying to heal you and Moneymaker's relationship.
Appreciate it. You're like a good mediator.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I feel bad. It's tough to work with you. He's bleeding in his heart.
No, but this is a facade.
No, it's not. It's a fucking It's been worse.
Either WhatsApp messages where he hits the microphone and he goes, you're going to get so.
Sam with a little button raise with the 6-4 suited.
I don't mind it.
Definitely not.
But again, please note, he made a huge raise playing from the button with a terrible hand.
JD obviously never folding here with his suited 9-5.
I love it. Of course, I guess they must have had a straddle on there or something.
Yeah, there's $50 on.
Okay.
So it was a 3x raise.
Yeah, okay. Fine. That's not terrible. That's not as much as I thought it was then.
I don't really like Sam's check there. If we're going to flop a 4.
Right. Don't you have
with
to bet
our
there?
6-4, we got to try to represent boards like this.
Especially when you get checked too.
But interesting. I do like this.
I do like this, yeah.
This defend here. But
oops.
We accidentally trip over the best.
Deck. This is literally the worst card in the deck.
Well, JD can't assume that this is showdown value, so which shockingly it is. Oh man, Sam's got to think, can I win with my 4? Oh, see, he said, oh my god.
Yeah.
See?
I knew that 5 was just like, that was the worst card.
Yeah, but oh wow. Ay, ay, ay.
Again, the knit button thing is in play there. I'm JD playing 9-5 there.
Danny, if you want to check your points, you do exclamation point points and the word points. Exclamation point and the word points. And it'll tell you how many points you got.
I'm trying.
Got a restraddle to 100.
Oh, now we got a
All
lot
right,
of
so we
straddles
got a
on.
straddle and a restraddle. So I think it's $100 now. That's what I heard.
50 is on and the 100
And
is
the
on.
100's on. There you go. Well, they decided to get this game out of the muck in a hurry. So.
Oh, assassin with, oh my gosh.
Oh,
Holy moly. You never can really put people on as many correct ranges in these
not in this
major
situation.
straddle situations because it looks like everyone's trying to steal in every spot. Wow, Moneymaker has a big opportunity here.
Oh, wow, and he goes huge with it. Oh, no, Assassin made it 600, so, yeah, his bet's not as big as I thought it was. Oh, my goodness.
Well, 16's still healthy for sure.
Yeah.
JD's going to be sad he has 10-8 offsuit going in the
JD's
muck.
wishing he had something better.
Shorshi's got to go away with his 5-4. They're all lucky they don't have anything.
Yep.
They're all sad they don't have anything, and instead they're lucky.
And Assassin's like, okay,
Now what do I do?
I mean, he's got to think that best case scenario he's flipping here against Ace King, right?
I mean,
Do you ever put, even in with this level, do you ever put Moneymaker on worse than Jacks? I don't know. I don't think you can.
not necessarily. Very nice fold, though.
Really nice.
Very nice. But the problem with that fold is that he does have Ace King.
Yeah.
So you can't just
Yeah.
always be folding jacks there. Otherwise, you're really exploitable by
Right.
JD or Moneymaker has a lot of ace queens and even some ace jacks suited for a 3-bet there, given that Carlos limped and the small blinds raising. So, but
I think I'd see a flop
yeah.
if I was in Assassin. Huge.
Well, again, not the best spot though. He's out of position again versus Moneymaker's pretty strong range there. So it is tough to play jacks out of position and
Yeah, because the worst thing in the world is to see a flop like,
10 high.
yeah, I was thinking 8-6-4 or something. It's like, what do you do now?
Yeah, you definitely can lose more money, and he just chose not to do battle with that particular hand in that particular spot. I respect it.
I do too.
I'm not sure if I would have done the same. I really don't know, but I respect it for sure. Aces again. What did we just say about the back-to-back
and Gator,
hands?
who's been card dead for hours. Poor guy. And is anybody going to be able to call him? Unfortunately, maybe Sam. Sam might think about doing something here with ace-6
If
suited.
Sam comes in, Carlos might come in, and they both might try to outflop Gator.
Yeah.
So we'll
I think
see.
Sam's thinking about it. He's really thinking about it.
Again, they all know that Gator hasn't played hardly any hands, so I know that they're all considering making some tighter folds. That's a great question from Sam. He needs to make sure that if he calls, that he's playing deep enough versus a player that he could warrant sucking out.
Oh,
here.
wow.
All
Carlos is going to come along.
Let's go,
Okay.
Carlos. Smash a flop one time. No offense
Put a
to
couple of
Gator
diamonds
and
out
Gator
there.
fans,
Make
but
it ace, diamond, diamond. Oh, well, that's not going to do anything.
that should be keep this pot relatively small and cheap.
Yeah, he bets a little less than half pot. I think that's going to do it. Oh, I could be wrong. Yeah, okay. I was going to be surprised.
There you go. That should make you feel
Chat
better.
Pro. Carlo, my friend. What's up, buddy?
Carlos loses the Nick game again. Yeah. Oh man, Carlos is getting his ass kicked, and he can't win the Nick game.
Wow, that's brutal.
Yeah. It's rough to see, even players you don't necessarily like, and we all like Carlos. It's tough to see players that you don't like just getting their teeth kicked in over and over and over again, and we like Carlos, so it's tough to see him just nothing working out, everything going wrong. We've all experienced it. It does not feel good.
No, it doesn't.
And you're doing it in front of everyone on TV with your cards and everything. So, yeah, it's going to be a double whammy for sure. And we feel for you, Carlos. Keep it together, dude.
Well, sounds like we got another straddle on. I don't know how big it was.
Oh, Sam Clark making a tight lay down with ace-7 suited after the under the gun
boy, Gator's
raiser.
got another big hand.
Just calling though.
Yeah, I think that's just fine. With the tens, right?
Yeah, for sure. We don't always have to be 3-betting it. It keeps our ranges a little bit uncapped here. Uh-oh. Assassin flops the set, of course.
And if you're both Sam and Gator, you actually can't. You got to think that you're still in reasonable shape here.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this is a good bet. Build the pot, plus try to get rid of any drawing hands. The Gator can't fold for sure. I'm not even sure Sam can fold with the 2 overs and some backdoor straight draws action here.
oh no.
Well, he's gonna get out of line here.
Getting froggy.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh
what
my
the
goodness.
hell?
He fooled us
Some
all there,
serious Hollywood there. You gotta be careful with that forward motion with those chips, though.
Oh
It's
man.
friendly game, though. Friendly game. But in pots like that, you gotta be careful. Oh, this is an interesting donk lead on the king. He's trying to see Assassin's reaction to this. Maybe he is hoping that to gauge whether his hand is good, but based on the fact that if Assassin raises here, then he can get away for this price. It's kind of like a blocker bet. But, you know, I'm not really sure if I like doing this because out of position, you're just bloating the pot with a hand that we want to get to showdown with, if at all possible, for the cheapest possible price.
I think I'd have gone into check call mode there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to raise. Yeah, that's going to do that. Now, if you're Gator, I think you can just let it go here, right? Or is he? Yeah,
he just snap folded.
That's what I thought.
So that's what kind of like the blocker bet on the turn, I think. But again, it's a little bit exploitable because if you are Assassin and you have a combo flush draw, you can just raise that bet with relative aggression and just and still exploit the fact that someone's trying to donk lead. Now, again, Gator's a smart player, so if he's balanced in that and like he turned some really strong hands that he's going to continue with, regardless of the raise, then it's fine. But again, I think pocket tens, I want to get to showdown, right? So
Right.
I probably would have just tried to check call. Or maybe Assassin lays like a huge price and we can just get away from it, you know?
Right.
We
like
would
he
have
did.
to see.
Well, Moneymaker's in there. JD. Oh, I'm surprised JD folded his 7-5 there. Well, we know Sam's going to call it here.
At least he's thinking about
I think it's a reasonable 3-bet spot when you're out of position, and yep, there it is.
I like the sizing. You don't mind getting action with this hand, but at the same time, if you're going to, you want to charge Moneymaker
Yeah,
the maximum to peel against you.
right, absolutely. But that's not the flop you want to see when you have king queen suited.
No.
That's welcome to my world. That's what happens to me. I have king queen suited and I have 3-bet and it comes out 5-7 deuce. Oh, thanks.
I think this is The sizing is good though. With our whole of our range, we keep the price small. We want to, if we had aces, we should be betting a similar sizing. So I don't mind this. When there is one spade on the board, so I think we can continue on a lot of turns. But this is not one of them.
No.
Now, Moneymaker has an interesting spot because he could bet for protection. Like his hand is very vulnerable to a lot of rivers. But he has backup for a straight, so maybe he's not as concerned. But nice small bet here.
Yeah, I like this size a lot. I just can't see Sam continuing here, and he can't really rep much if he tries to raise here. Especially, you know, a check raise in this spot would seem really bizarre, I would think. Unless you had something specific like, you know, 6-8.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that's a good fold. You know, it's a discipline lay down. A lot of times when we're being laid like a really great price like that, we want to peel,
called
you know.
It out there.
Yeah,
Sam
very
called
nice.
it out. The sixes were good there, yeah.
Blinds are going up.
$50 straddles on.
Nice. Yeah, they decided to kick this game up a good bit, it seems like.
Well, there's
This
quite a
last
few
little bit.
people who are stuck and trying to get unstuck.
That's right.
Or more stucker. And then a good bit of people who are love the high stakes seeings and are happy to bloat the action whenever possible. So all right, Carlos smashes the flop one time and got someone betting again with a worse hand in a three-way pot is doing the donk leading.
I find that lead really interesting. I don't understand it, so
I
that's why I
think
find it
it's
interesting.
because there was a limp and the straddle got checked, so
Okay.
like not a lot can be not a lot of holdings. But unfortunately for Carlos, he doesn't have anything. He's not going to be able to continue.
I mean,
Carlos-
Sam. Yeah, Sam didn't have anything.
Yeah, Carlos is just running really bad. Like when he actually has something, no one has anything, and when he's tried to make some moves, they always had super nutted hands.
Right. Yeah.
This is what we call a zig and zag day. You zig, I zag. I zag, you zig.
Well, we are getting close to the end. Probably got another 20 minutes or so here. It's been a heck of a game so far. We're at hand number 105.
What's average number of hands for a stream? I don't even know.
That's about average, yeah. A little over 100.
100, 110?
Yeah, somewhere in that range usually.
Nice. Carlos with a nice hand. And
Wow. Same calls. Okay.
I think he limped and then he called.
I think he had the yeah. Well, he does flop the best of it here. But Carlos is not going to go anywhere at 2 overs. Wants to see another one.
Unfortunately, though, the queen is blocked as being one of his outs now that.
Yeah, that's very true.
Well, not anymore, actually. The board paired the 7, so if a queen comes, now Carlos will have the best hand, which would be shocking.
And he lost like all night long.
You did it one time thinking it was
Nothing.
Right. I mean,
6 ball corner pocket.
kind of silly, but why not? If that's really see the line here. Right. I want to see that too. I really want to see it. Yeah, I really want to see you hit it. Was 15 or what? $25 for 23,000. 23,000. Wow. Yeah, that would be nice.
Took your action for the last hour.
Oh yeah. Then I get it the first hand.
Well, since we're getting kind of close to the end here, let's take a look at who's winning and who's not. Let's get a good view of things here. Assassin and Moneymaker and Danny Gator all doing well. Poor Carlos just gotten
Murdered in the last couple hours.
Yeah, it really has. The Sam and both Sams have run into some odd spots here tonight too. So. JD's gonna come in here in position. Ace-9 off.
I think this is whoa.
Oh,
Holy
Carlos.
moly.
Sam, Carlos, oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Carlos has a spot now. If he chooses to play his hand fast, he's going to get action.
Looks like he's just gonna call.
Oh no, just call. Carlos, we gotta build a pot here, man. Let's get it in. JD.
Let's go.
All right, let's see if we can get a 10 high flop. We might get a double up out of Carlos. This might be a little bit of an action killer though, because Sam might not
like that queen very much.
But only one over. They're both relatively short stacked. It's going to be difficult for
Now, if I'm Carlos here, I just check this back. I'm 100% checking this because I want Sam to catch up.
if we're not going to check, we should make the bet very small.
Yeah. Either bet really small or just check.
There we go. That's a nice size.
That's absolutely a nice size. The $300 looks like?
300.
Yeah. I don't think you can fold for $300, right?
Jack would be a disastrous card for Sam.
Well, you can't like that. Neither one of them can like that hand, like that card.
I mean, Carlos doesn't mind. He has to hope that Sam has like a hand like Ace King.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what he's hoping for here. I think he can just put it in here.
Right. I would really crack off if you somebody
He pots it.
like the very first time.
Same thing, basically. Given stack 7.
Yeah, given Sam's SPR.
Yeah, this is all in or nothing, right?
Yeah.
You can't just call 2,000 here. But you can't like that ace at all. You just...
Yeah, Sam's just wondering if maybe Carlos is steaming and he doesn't have the ace. Also, he isn't drawing dead. Like, even if he's wrong, he can hit a king for the nuts. And maybe a set of jacks, possibly, if he's wrong. But this ace is a bad card for him because, like, he blocks some of Carlos's semi-bluffs and stuff. Like, maybe if he had, like, I don't even know, Jack 10 or something like that. So I think that ace was a really saving card for Carlos. But this is another reason why we don't have to play queen so slowly. If we would have built that pot pre a little bit on that flop, I think the chips could have gotten in pretty easily.
Yeah, I think if Carlos just min clicks that on the pre-flop there, that they get it in on the flop.
Yeah. Actually, I think if he min clicked, Sam might have just gone min clicked or made a small raise pre. I think Sam would have just got it in.
Shipped it.
Yeah. I mean, the stream is about to be over. He's got a great chance to double up there if Carlos has a hand like Ace King or Ace Queen. So, yeah. Did Gator limp tens?
I think he did.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Well, Sam's going to get squirrely here with his...
He might not have seen that there was a early position raise or early position limp. Oh no! Hello. Moneymaker's had ace king a lot.
Yeah, he's had it several times. He's had some big hands tonight.
You're gonna be locked in for life.
Put up the corporation against it.
All right.
Yeah, you can't fold there. I think Sam can let this one go now.
Just kidding. He
Yeah,
says, just kidding.
I'm sorry. Oops. Cookie jar. Hand in.
All right. Let's see what we got.
Oops.
Oh, that 8-5 of spades would have been a nice flop for this hand, even though we would have been a million miles behind.
I think this is going to just go bet fold. I can't see Gator continuing here. I've been wrong before.
Well, Moneymaker loves to lay these like really great prices to get paid on at least one street, so he might decide to appeal. But nice lay down by Gator.
Yeah. Well done.
Very next day, he was fucking outside. He was freaking hell. Very next day. What the fuck? Yeah, she didn't.
Well, we've been holding on to over 130 of you all watching tonight.
That's pretty strong.
That's really strong.
That's awesome.
We really appreciate you joining us. If you haven't already done so, hit that thumbs up like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't done that. It sure does help us out.
Really nice to have everybody. Thank you so much for joining us and tolerating our commentary. We haven't really been telling any bad jokes, so we haven't been forcing that. So that's good. We're not going to inflict tons of pain on you guys. Ooh, we got some King 7 suiteds and some King 7 suiteds. 5-way flop.
King 7. That's the crazy Lonnie, as we used to call it in my old home game. I'll let you figure out why.
I'm going to guess has something to do with Alani.
Yeah.
All right. How about a 5 for action? Ace 5 and no. Now we have a pair and a gutter, bunch of pairs and gutters, and a lot of. First one to sneeze on the river wins.
Yeah, I think this
a lot of 5s now. Oh no, only 1 5, but now Assassin has.
He's got 2 pair, but he can't like it. The diamonds are there, straights are there, everything gets there.
And what did we talk about?
Whoever decided to sneeze on it.
Well, the worst hand betting. We have no pair.
Though he's thinking, what can he be repping here? I've got a straight. I'm only losing to a couple of things.
And it's a bad spot for JD because there are a lot of players left to act. And so he's thinking, I could call here, but everybody and their brother is still in this hand. Now let's see if Assassin... Oh, Assassin already stuffed his cards in the muck. Didn't even consider
he showed it. He showed it. Nice.
Well done, well done. Oh, 5 hands I heard. 5 hands left.
Sounds about right.
5 more hands, double stick.
All right, let's show some end of the game stats before
let's take a look
something
here.
crazy might happen.
All's looking pretty normal. Carlos has gone up a little bit more here. He's starting to get into the out of line level at 38%, but not terribly so.
Yeah, I think that's the similar frustration that we all suffer whenever we're stuck and we feel like we have a limited amount of time to get it all back.
Right.
We try to make it happen in one hand.
Yeah,
you just can't do that. Whenever I talk about mindset stuff, I highly recommend that when you are tilted and losing, that you just tighten up for as long as you possibly can and just know yourself, because we all spew at the same time.
Yeah.
Like we all, like when we're losing and getting our teeth kicked in, we want to force the action. We want to try to make something happen.
Right.
To get it all back in one spot, and that is the worst thing you can do.
Yep, that's what happened to me last night.
Yeah.
That's why I finally had to just get up and walk away.
Especially when you like see yourself playing bad, which I feel like Carlos is like, you know, looked at his cards and kind of like been annoyed with them because they haven't been premium holdings recently, and you just like want to like see those types of cards and see those types of hands and just realize like, you know, the worse your holdings are getting, the worse you're playing, you know.
Assassin gets the best of it again. He just continues to run over this game here. He's been our big winner so far.
Yes, he's been smashing some flops. And you know what? He was relatively patient in the beginning. He was fairly card dead. And, you know, I'm not familiar with his style of play, but even some players or some people in the chat mentioned that they're used to see him be a little bit more active. And he was definitely card dead, and he made some good folds and didn't force it. And he's getting rewarded here in the end.
I thought it was really there. I see through it. I saw this. I saw the fucking wow. You already got 50.
And with that win there, Assassin ends up over 10,000.
Nice.
And that's a heck of a night for him. Because I don't think he added on. I think he was in the game
for the 3K.
No, that's right. He did add on because he's only winning 6K, so he did add on. So.
I think it's still a pretty solid win.
Pretty solid win. 6K in this game is pretty doggone impressive.
For sure. Tough lineup too. Not the easiest money to be made.
Right.
And you know what, Carlos only being down 5K, given how bad he's running and things just not working out for him, it's not bad either.
Yeah, considering that the argument could be made that you've got, you know, three of the, certainly three at least of the best players in the Dallas area in this game tonight. You know, if you're winning, you got to feel great. If you're losing, you can't feel too bad about
it.
Holy cow.
Another premium on premium spot.
She's just running so hot today.
He's a very lucky player and very, very good. So it's definitely going to be a tough spot here.
Now, if you're Assassin, you say to yourself, man, I've been running really well. How do I fold a pair on the button? I don't think you can, even to this huge bet. Wow. This has ugly written all over it.
Yeah.
He even says, let's play a big hand. Oh, imagine if an 8 comes out here. Oh.
Oh, wow.
That's even worse.
What an action flop. Definitely going to be some continuing.
Yeah, well, and, you know, Shorshi there sees that this flop just smashes Assassin's range, too, so. And he might.
And Assassin's trying to figure out if this check is a trap, and it's good that he's hesitating and thinking about it. Nice check there. I like it. Let's realize our equity.
Yep, I agree.
Ah.
I think now, Shorshi, don't you have to bet here? I don't know.
This is interesting because, again, if we get raised, we're not loving it. But at the same time, we do expect Assassin to be betting most of his sets on the flop.
Right.
So I think that it's
But even if Assassin just calls here, which I think he probably will, you still got to feel really uncomfortable. Although that's a huge bet, so he bet almost pot there. So
he doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's not looking uncomfortable. Because he's probably thinking to himself, I could be up against Ace King here, and this could be the same situation. Because Shorshi might just do the exact same thing with Ace King.
Yes. Potentially. I think Assassin is trying to make sure that he believes all his outs are good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. This river could be real interesting. A 10, a 5, or an 8.
Yep. He's got a lot of outs.
And it looks like most of them are pure here.
Yep.
So.
Yep, they are.
That is not one of them. And
That's not
That's
the one.
crazy that that card comes out. Like, really?
wow.
Shorshi has the least number of outs to improve his hand, and he hits his. So,
Wow.
interesting.
Yeah, and Assassin here has to just, you know, no matter what happens, he's just instant fold here. Nothing. Shorshi's never betting into this ace here unless you're completely dead. Yeah. Yeah, he even heard it. Yeah. So he
And
did put
Shorshi's
he did
just
put him on
thinking,
ace king.
gosh
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Assassin is putting him on ace king there for sure. He's like, I know I had him before
Assassin,
then.
you are just sadly misinformed. You should just snap fold and go watch the stream. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Take the rest of your profits here and call it a night. Yeah. He knows that river card is.
He thinks if he would have ripped the turn, he would have won, but that's just not true.
Oh, he's actually thinking about it here.
Don't do it.
Oh my gosh,
no.
he does. Holy crap. Wow. What just happened, Kim? What just happened? Oh. I'm in shock. Wow. And he was up a bundle, and I want you guys to look. He was up 5K, and now he is down.
Yeah.
All that work, and he just, wow, that's rough.
It happens to the best of us. You play really, really well, you grind your ass off, and then all it takes is one meltdown, one mistake, and all your profit. I mean, sometimes your whole stack goes away. I mean, if he would have ripped that turn and misread the situation, he would have lost his whole stack. So, I mean, in fairness, he didn't lose that. It's just one of those things. It's tough to watch. You see people just like getting their souls wrecked when they make mistakes like that, and he's gonna feel that one on the drive home for sure.
Yeah.
And and if you haven't played enough poker, if you haven't felt like that
That's
before.
true. Yeah, we've all had that feeling. We've all made that level of a mistake.
Boneheaded play at the end.
You're just like, what did
it's
I
the
do
one
that
card
for?
that could have saved him, and instead he paid it off anyways. And it's a tough spot, and it's tough to play against Shorshi. He has bluffs. He has a lot of hands, and
Shorshi got he got into the green right there because of that hand.
Yeah.
He was down for the night, and that got him up for the night.
Oh, look at us. We picked up a few viewers in that last few minutes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
146. Let's go. Oh my gosh, look at these hands. It's like the stream is saying, don't be done. Don't be done.
Right.
We're still good.
I think this might be,
Massive
we're near
pot.
the last hand here, too. This might even be the last one. I don't know.
Oh, man.
It's not the last one. It's certainly.
That last pot probably was the largest pot of the night, too.
Yeah,
right?
it was. It was, for sure.
And here we go. Assassin trying to hit a set here, too. Versus Moneymaker. Let's see what happens. All right.
Well, that's a nothing flop there. Moneymaker's got to feel pretty good about it. He might think Assassin's tilting here and try to get a little money from him.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like Assassin's just going to be a non-believer again. Of course, if a 2 rolls off, hey, it'll be completely disguised.
For sure.
Well, that ought to do it. There's only one deuce in the deck left, as you guys can see, so.
I like Jeremy's thought process. Let's get 100 likes as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
Yeah, reach over there and hit that like button if you haven't done it yet. Only got a few more minutes. Close out the chat, hit the thumbs up, and come right back to the chat. Do it right now. We're almost done.
Quick.
Hurry.
Wow. Right up to the end when you think things might simmer down a notch and you get like the biggest pot of the night.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Really, really crazy turn of events.
Hey, by the way,
Hey, 4 hours. 3 hours, 54
hours, 28 minutes, and 12 seconds.
I was like,
you might want to take a look at it.
I'll take a
what
shot.
just happened?
We're gonna have to trust the system.
No. It's more likely than this being your favorite.
I've been running really bad. We've been doing this for 5 hands. I peeled a 7 of diamonds 3 times.
All right.
Well, we're at 70 likes. We can still get a few more. We got 140 viewers.
Looks like we might have a few more minutes left in the stream. We probably have at least one more hand.
It looks like 1, maybe 2 hands left. So hit that like button.
Well, it's like 105 was when they were announcing it, right? So 5 hands, so we should have 110 hands.
Yeah, I think this is the last one. Somewhere in that range. I think we got to be the last one here.
112, yeah, we're definitely, this has got to be close to the last, if not the last. All right, Assassin making a raise to 100 in the dark. And what does Gator have on the button? Raising 400, we don't have any more cards. Carlos with pocket 3s. Still no hand from Gator. Gator was the one who raised to 400, so surprise hand at the end. There we go.
There it is.
Okay.
Well, ace-6 suited, on the button.
Reasonable, especially when somebody raised in the dark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
All right,
Carlos
let's
getting
see the
frisky
spot.
with the 3s. Well, that's a...
Well, Assassin flopping diamonds, so is going probably nowhere for any reasonable bet.
Yep. And I think he just checked through. Is he going to take a shot at it here? Looks like
Oh, Assassin topped up on his stack even for this last hand.
I did. Sure did.
I like that. No fear, no fear. And he's going to take it down with 6 high.
There you go.
Very nice.
Oh, I see.
No one's moving, so maybe that wasn't the last
I guess
hand.
we're not. Yeah. See, Dude Meister has finally joined us. Nice to see you, Chris.
This is going to be the last hand, I think.
Yeah.
This is the last. All right, you guys. Just wanted to say thank you once again for joining us. This was awesome. Really had a lot of fun tonight. This was a little bit of a poker clinic watching these guys play.
Absolutely.
They know
way out of my league.
These all guys know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a flip here. Oh no, we got a straddle on.
Yep.
We got the $100 straddle on it. Yeah.
No, but there is a Bavarian clause exception.
Let's see what is this. I think Carlos might have said something verbal and binding.
Would be interesting. Would be interesting if that's counted.
Oh my gosh, more premium holdings right at the end.
And this last half hour has just been crazy. So many big hands.
Oh,
And
and Carlos
Carlos.
has a hand too. Oh, nice fold, Carlos. Doesn't even think about it. Last hand or nothing. Like,
Basically, I know. You know how to play tournaments. You know how? A little bit. How much is it? 3K?
28, maybe, I think.
JD's thinking, maybe I can get unstuck here.
yeah. It also looks like, last hand kind of shove thing. Could be like a small pair. There we go.
Oh, wow.
A little last hand.
JD
Gimbo,
raised.
gimbo.
Oh, wow.
Gimbo, gimbo.
Wow. Last
JD
hand.
was hoping for a race.
Yeah.
But he's like, not a tournament though. 30% is 30% though.
What a way to end the night
Let's
here, right?
sweat it out, guys. A little double up or bust for our friend Sam Clark Poker.
I come with Jack 5 deuce Jack. He turned off the headset. Jack 5 deuce Jack. 8 deuce 4 5. Jack 5 deuce Jack. Jack 5 deuce Jack.
We're running back all day. Might as well just get stacks in.
There you go.
Oh
and
my
the ace comes.
gosh. With
We
a
got
club
clubs.
draw.
We got clubs.
7.
Clubs. Clubs. Clubs.
He hit all his outs.
Wow. That's unbelievable, JD. Oh, my
Are they running
goodness.
another board? Is that
No,
it? No,
that's
that's it. All right. Well,
And
let's see
real quick
the
here,
end here.
JD managed to get back up right there at the end. This will come back up here in a second. There it is. And wow. Assassin went from being way up to being down, and JD right there at the end went from being down to getting caught back up. What a night! What a night! Final
Well,
VFIT numbers.
it was a pleasure sweating all this
Yeah, it was.
with you.
It was a lot of fun, Kim. And again, I really appreciate the fact that you have a really great insight into this game, and that I literally just do not have. And it's much appreciated because these guys play at a level that I'm not there. And so you're a lot closer to this level than I am. So you have a much better insights to the way these guys play than I do. So I really appreciate it. It's been a ton of fun hanging out with you as usual. And we gotta get a bunch of us to go back over to the gun range again.
Sounds good, for
Let's
sure.
do that. All right. And I think with that, we are going to wrap this thing up.
Thank you guys very much.
See you guys around for next time. And tomorrow night, just so you know, tomorrow afternoon we have the $130 tournament, $10,000 guarantee. And you'll see the next gen stream as well for tomorrow night. All right?
Deuces does.
For 600,000.